Alrighty, we are again going to be critiquing clips from the Whatever podcast. As usual, I have chosen these clips based on their titles, very engaging titles, absolutely crazy titles. Um, we've made it through almost 30 of these. We'll probably do another 10 or so today. So this first one, and before we get started, these they've been a kind of a mixed bag. The host Brian, he does bring up some interesting points in regards to dating and social cultural things that are going on. There's also a lot of very strange things going on with this podcast. There's odd questions that are asked. The way they react to people not answering questions the way they want them to. Sometimes it's normal, um, and then sometimes it's honestly it's a bit unhinged. So we'll just see what's going on here, and yeah, hopefully it'll all be good. This first one we have is Rachel Wilson, who is the wife of esteemed debater Andrew Wilson. Not really my personal cup of tea, but I do have a cup of tea with me. But Rachel Wilson claps back at tone policing feminism. And as we all know, the Wilsons don't like tone policing because if anyone tone policed them at all, they would be in tone jail. Definitely. They are extremely insensitive with their tone and whatnot, especially considering the fact that most of the women Brian brings on to these are not professional debaters like them. Very interesting theory. And they're always like, oh, we shouldn't have to adjust our tone or coddle or whatever. It's not coddling to have a polite conversation with somebody who doesn't understand your worldview. So let's see what this is like. Rachel is usually in public, at least, as in a face-to-face debate, usually quite a bit more agreeable than Andrew or herself when she's online. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. And again, the title, Rachel Wilson claps back, all caps. That's probably important. At tone policing feminists. So there's more than one feminist and they're all going to tone police her. Let's see. Who do we think are the feminists? Do I know anyone here? Oh, that's she's a comedian. I know who she is. We've seen this girl before in a different episode. Don't know her. She looks kind of familiar. She might be the feminist. I think she might be one of the feminists. What else we got? I get random college girls Brian found on the side of the road vibes over here. Maybe another one of the feminists. Probably another one of the feminists. Probably another feminist. I'm getting I'm here for my career vibes, not really caring about what's going on in the conversation. And then of course, Rachel, Brian. So yeah, that's our guesses today. Let's see how we did. Rachel Wilson claps back at tone policing feminists. Here we go.
A couple more notes here, then we're going to get to Julia.
Oh, that's a little quiet.
You said hookup culture is bad for women. I don't think anybody disagrees. You had some disagreements, though, with myself or the show. You said that you disagree that there's nothing suspect about age gap relationships and that it doesn't matter. Do you care?
Oh, we're doing the age gap thing again.
Actually, I was doing a lot of, reflection before the show to make sure I could, really articulate my points if I disagreed. Mm-hmm. So I actually did change my mind about that. I don't think that age gap relationships are a big deal, but I think when people have an ick about something, they should really figure out why. And I realized it was just because it often comes with the power imbalance. But just in the same way, I would would feel that way if someone who's really rich was dating someone who's really poor. And
What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. I just think it's really easy for someone to abuse their power in that situation. So I guess the threat of someone abusing their power is what makes me uncomfortable. It's not the relationship, because I think people can have completely genuine, real age gap relationships, and I also think that a lot of...
Let me ask you a question, though.
Go ahead.
That was a completely reasonable and fairly intellectual and informed take. You are allowed to have icks, whatever Brian might say, you're allowed to have them. Things in life can give you the ick, as long as you don't try to like legislate them out of existence. Then I think you're generally good to go with your icks. But I can see on Brian's face he already has a problem with this. So who's the real tone policer?
On the rich poor component, couldn't you make the argument that actually when it comes to abusive behavior, the person who's...
Grammarly has helped me prepare not just
Seriously.
briefs, but scripts that allow me to step into a presentation.
Poor who's seeking out the rich person is much more likely to be the one who's trying to get something out of it as opposed to the rich person.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Like, it seemed like the rich person is going to abuse, like, that doesn't, I don't know.
I never said
abuse
that.
Can happen too, though. Like, the rich person can, you know.
Yeah, it's just there's
lord
clearly
the money you don't really even have to be rich to
yeah, there's just clearly a dynamic there, and I realized that I was uncomfortable with the thought that someone could very easily abuse their power in that situation, not necessarily with the relationship. So I changed my mind on that.
I think there's a knee-jerk reaction when people think the woman is being manipulated. Everyone's innate reaction is protect the woman, and when the man's being manipulated, it's like, well, he just shouldn't be so stupid, right? So nobody cares if it's a 40-year-old woman with a 18-year-old guy.
No, I
They're
still
like,
care.
well, he just wants to bang, and it's fine. But if it's a 40-year-old man with an 18-year-old girl, suddenly the 18-year-old woman, who we consider a strong, independent woman in every other sense, is a helpless,
Ben George
innocent
donated
victim.
$200. There is a fine line between stereotypes and racism. Find a woman that can joke using stereotypes. Stay away from the woman that can't tell the difference.
I feel like this is a personal attack, Ben.
Ben.
There's a fine line between stereotypes and racism. Oh, she must have made a joke earlier.
Okay, thank you, Ben George. Appreciate it, man.
She is the comedian. I'm almost positive.
Well, you've changed your position on it, so there's really not much to discuss there, really. You said optics and tone policing are important. Was this about Andrew Wilson,
Yeah,
or was this about me?
No, it was about Andrew Wilson.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I don't know. He brings up tone policing sometimes when people say, well, I agree with you, but I don't like the way you said it. I think it's just because he doesn't meet people where they're at. And I don't think he's...
Oh, that's a bunch of woman garbage. We have to meet people where they're at.
Do you want to...
Yeah, see, that's crazy. Rachel is crazy for this take. They turn off so many... I mean, I'm glad they do it because they turn so many people off. That would possibly otherwise be convinced, because they do make convincing arguments and they're very good debaters. But their style of debating and conversating and everything is just so unbelievably horrendous. It turns so many people off. And you know what? Power to them, because their ideas are generally pretty out of this world.
Achieve your goals or not.
Even for traditionalists, they're quite extreme.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
Do you want the vision that you see for the world or not?
And the vision I see for the world is not going to be met through convincing a bunch of emotional, irrational women that what is reality is non-negotiable.
Why do you have to be hateful in your speech?
It's
like,
not
you never
hateful.
say, you
It's
never,
not
what
hateful.
about
Yeah,
male
like all of these women are explaining this to her, and she's will not. She doesn't get it because she's just a clone of her husband. It's crazy.
Like that though. You can just say this is
tone
garbage.
policing.
Being emotional like
That's
a woman.
tone policing. It's nonsense. This whole I agree with what you said, but not how you said it. That's bullshit, and this is the problem with giving women power, because now suddenly everyone's an HR manager, everyone's a hall monitor.
I just don't understand why you have to say woman in front of it.
Because it's a woman problem. Men don't do this. Men don't constantly go,
Okay,
actually,
so
I agree with you. I just don't like
why
the
don't you
delivery."
share
I don't think
where,
you've watched some
what you think
betas debating.
are
Well, they're
weaknesses
women.
with men in society today?
A bunch of men definitely do that these days. I wouldn't do that personally, but there are definitely calling them men is a struggle. But yeah, there's men who definitely do the whole tone policing thing. I don't think they do it for themselves necessarily, but it is what it is. Here we go.
What's that?
If you truly are telling me that you have an objective view, I would like you to share what you think are some weak areas of men in our society. Honestly,
What does that?
Because I want to see if you can actually be objective or if you're just a mouthpiece for your husband.
Oh, you think I'm just a mouthpiece?
I do.
Wow, I've never heard that one before, guys. That's brand new to me. I'm just a brainwashed
I guess I couldn't
woman.
think with my woman brain.
Yeah,
so
I can't think.
True.
Well, clearly, I can't think with my woman brain. But if
You
you'll
couldn't.
be quiet long enough to let me talk, I'll tell you. I'll explain this to you. All ears. It's because men generally, there's a male hierarchy, right? If you're a man and you act like a little bitch like that, you get beat up. You get stuffed in lockers. You get a swirly. Women are the only people.
I don't know. I was in high school and college. I never saw anyone get a swirly or stuffed in a locker. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's mostly I am very tall, but I never saw it happen to anyone else either. So this just, it's like a non-point. Like, I don't think this actually really happens that frequently.
People who run around going, you know, I know that you're correct, but I just don't like the delivery. It made me feel a certain way. I'm in my feelings, and I don't like the way that you said it.
It wasn't the way you drove. It was the tone.
Right. And then men who act that way are being feminine. They're being beta feminine bitches, and they get put in their place.
Women have different tactics.
So
they use social isolation.
Beta.
They use defense. They have group
Oh, Brian, you can't just say beta like that. How does he not have a sound clip of what's his name, the crazy guy, Jesse Lee Peterson saying beta? Because you need the actual sound clip. He's got a whole soundboard of crazy sounds. He doesn't have Jesse Lee saying beta or amazing. Come on, Brian, get your head in the game.
Why?
So it looks different
when
than how
you're
men
parsing out the
are
truth,
aggressive.
right? When
female aggression is different.
When you are parsing out the
Okay.
truth, you don't cater to women's stupid fucking feelings.
So
about
you don't
it. Does that
value
make sense to
femininity?
you?
Okay, so
You don't
I value femininity, and femininity means you sit down and you be quiet when people are parsing out the truth and telling you what's what.
Really?
You don't sit there
Why are
and
you
go,
here then?
oh, I don't like the
Yeah, exactly. Then go home and bake cookies for Andrew. The ones with the M&Ms in them.
way that you. I'm here, none of my wisdom as an older woman, to let all of you know that you're full of shit and you're
But
being
why
ridiculous.
aren't you at home being quiet and fulfilling your
When
feminine?
I'm
Exactly, Rachel. Go home, be quiet.
at home, I am.
She got a hall pass.
But you're here.
When I already said the patriarchy.
But I
gave me
would like
gay
you to
pass.
answer my question, and I will respectfully listen, but I would like you to answer my question. And the reason I ask it is because I want to see if you are able to view male and female strengths and weaknesses objectively. Because, this podcast, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume because it is this
So
podcast.
you just want
Also, if women are just supposed to be quiet and go home, then why would she talk to them at all? It doesn't matter what they think in her worldview. It doesn't matter at all. So what's the deal?
me to name a weakness of men.
I
They
would like
let
to see
women talk.
where you think are areas of men in society that are weaker points.
Sure,
Yeah.
I would say that where men tend to go wrong is by being so desirous of women and putting them on a pedestal that they kind of go along and they, fluff them up and go along with their nonsense because they want pussy. And I think that's probably the biggest weakness that a lot of men have.
Is there any weakness that you can list that doesn't have anything to do with women?
Women are not the best.
That is a pretty big weakness of ours. Guys, you got to stop simping. Like, seriously. You got to stop simping and gooning. All of it. Stop it. Seriously, stop it.
At anything.
You sound like a
That's not
misogynist.
true.
Women are not
We're the best at raising kids. We are the
I love it when they all talk at once. It's so easy to tell what the hell's going on.
That's
not even true because
better just hating on your own gender.
I know what you're gonna say. Single dads do better than single
fathers
moms.
have a better turnout rate than single mothers.
Brian, the woman prattles out of control.
Single fathers have a better turnout rate than single mothers.
Okay, respectfully, I would like
Sure.
to, yeah.
So the problem right now is that we have an inverted social order. The social order is not meant to be that we must cater to women's feelings and that women have to be okay with how things are said and they have to approve and we have to convince them and we have to pull them over to our side.
Okay, so
the way it's supposed to be is that the
The
order
way
is
it's supposed to be. Okay, the way it's supposed to be. The entire world order is about to be explained to us by Rachel Wilson. Jesus Christ.
men, then women, then children. The men parse out the truth, they write the laws, they enforce the laws, they run society. The women can have their opinions all day, but it doesn't mean that anybody has to give a shit about them. Does that make sense?
Okay,
you
so
can have
male
your opinion.
passivity. You didn't list that. Do you think
That sentence is where Jim Bob got every single one of his talking points from his debate last night with Erudite.
men in our society struggle with being passive? Because I would argue that that's something that's a problem.
I think there's a I've explained this 10 times. There's a hierarchy among males.
Okay.
The ones that end up at the top running things do not pay any attention to the passive bitches at the bottom and they get stuffed in lockers. They don't generally get to reproduce. So historically, every one of us sitting here has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. The reason for that is that men have to compete to be worthy of reproduction. As a woman, all you have to do is drop eggs. That's it. Someone's going to come along and inseminate you. You don't have to be special. You don't have to do anything wonderful or unique. You don't have to compete necessarily. Now you can compete for higher quality as a woman, but to reproduce as a woman, all you have to do is be fertile. As a man, historically, you have to compete for the women. So the betas, the cucks, the feminine men, they get used as cannon fodder, ditch diggers. It's tough. Being a man is like really
Here's
tough.
my problem with your approach. As a woman of God, I would assume that like you
Oh, don't assume. Yeah. So it does not say anything at all in the Bible about being nice. And Andrew and Rachel double, triple checked, I promise you.
would put value in women, and that's what I don't hear in any of your arguments.
I put value in women as mothers, as wives, as caretakers. I think they don't belong in the workplace. They don't belong in college, with a few very minor exceptions, and here's why. We used to have
For some reason my
communities.
camera's
We used to
dimming
have
when I
women that,
drink my
like
tea.
me, would spend their early years raising kids. As they get older
How long
and
is
their
this?
kids start to leave
Oh,
the
it's almost
nest,
over.
they're helping the younger generations raise their kids. They're helping their sisters, their nieces, their daughters raise children. They're working in the church parish. They're working in the community. They're taking care of the elderly. We don't have that anymore because women are all in cubicles working for corporations and paying taxes.
Getting
And it's-
sexually harassed by their
Exactly.
bosses instead of their husbands at home where they should be.
Where it's fun, where you want the smack on the ass, you know? So I know that you don't like my tone, and my message to all of you women out there who don't like my tone is I don't fucking care. I don't care. If you can't get past your own feelings to hear what I'm saying, then you're going to doom yourself to a life
It's
of
your
misery.
lack of Christ-likeness.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted.
That's what I don't like.
But she's a woman.
Again, the Bible doesn't say anything about being nice. So Rachel and Andrew Wilson have a built-in excuse to be, what's the word? Unmarketable. See, that's how they should really look at it. They are unmarketable to the opposite side. They're not making people that are leftists or feminists or liberals or any of that stuff. They're not making them be conservative all of a sudden. That's not happening.
But you can't be like Christ.
I don't like that.
So you
kind
think
of talk.
Christianity is being nice? It's meeting
No,
the
Yeah,
I
here
think
we go.
Christianity is being. I think kindness is
being
but it's not the most.
soft.
But you know what God is called? The first when God describes Himself in in Exodus, the first adjective that He uses in Exodus 34, He says, "I am a God of compassion." And so I think compassion is very important.
I think
and I
you're
think
filtering
God puts
everything
more
through your
value.
woman feelings. I think that you're in your feelings right now. You don't like my delivery, and I'm telling you that I don't care.
So every argument that I've just provided for you is scripture, and you're trying to say that that's feelings.
No, you're not
so
giving
I think that's
me
a flaw in
scripture. You're giving me woman
Exodus
prattle.
34.
You are filtering your perception of Exodus.
I'm sorry,
through
she's
your
not a
woman
Christian.
feelings.
She's not a Christian. But let's did I just quote a
Proverbs
literal
21:19.
Okay, did I just quote an obvious scripture?
Brian just snuck Proverbs 21:19 in there. That's the I believe that's like the passage that describes like the perfect Christian wife. Because that was helpful.
Sure. Yeah. You could look it
Definitely helped move the conversation along.
up. You could look up Exodus 34 and it will say, I am a God of compassion. That's the first faithful love. All those he lists four characteristics about him.
Your standard for compassion for you to accept my message.
No, but I think
you're here to make sure that I speak the way that you think I should speak.
No,
you
but
know I have a husband and I have a priest, right? And if they think that the way I'm talking is not correct,
absolutely.
They will correct me,
but as technically
worse.
No, but technically we are supposed to be part of the same family, like sisters in Christ. And all I'm saying is,
what we need is women who will boldly speak the truth and not mince words and not be subject to the HR management department and the hall monitors who are going to sit
and be at home and be quiet. But now we need to speak the truth.
When I'm at home, sweetheart,
No, you're just supposed to stay at home, Rachel. Stay at home and be quiet. That's your worldview. Stay at home and be quiet.
I am quiet and I am submissive to my husband.
Okay, but
I'm here in a panel full of feminists and a panel full of modern women, and so I'm here to tell you all that you're full of shit and that I don't care what you think about my delivery. Argue my arguments. Defeat my arguments. Don't tone police me and say, well, you're right, Rachel. I just don't like the way you delivered it, because I don't care.
You know, your tone doesn't bother me at all. Like, I agree with like a lot of what you say. I just think you're ineffective. I think you're ineffective.
Well, tell that to the Amazon bestseller list, which disagrees.
Okay, but you've sold a lot of books, but have you changed anything?
I do. Wait, say your point and then I'll move.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, selling books doesn't mean you've changed anything.
Oh, maybe the hundreds of messages, letters, and DMs from women around the world saying that they've decided to not go to work, stay home with their kids.
Hundreds is like no people. It's like no people. Hundreds of people is like no people at all.
You don't believe it?
I don't believe it.
Okay, I will share them with you.
I think it's a shame because you obviously have a big platform, and I think it's unfortunate.
She feels bad for me. It's
not that I feel bad for you. I literally think it's.
Just
I think.
Listen.
You talk about how you don't. We are always saying I feel. I said I think it's a shame because you have a large platform and you're representing Christianity, and unfortunately, I don't think you're representing true Christian values very well.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm not saying I did not do a perfect example.
You're a Pentecostal heretic. What do I care what you think?
All right, we're back to the schism.
There we go. Yeah, completely unmarketable, totally bad faith, totally like complete waste of time. 100 women texted you, nobody cares. Absolutely insane. It's just crazy. I think it looks like we have Rachel in the thumbnail of this next one too. So, and I think then we got an Andrew one. So we're gonna be hanging out with the Wilsons for a minute. That was Rachel Wilson claps back at a tone policing feminist, and quite frankly, she didn't convince me, but all right. What do we have next over here? I think we have all right, we're going to do they only want equality when it benefits them.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all
Read
my
that again
tasks.
in just a second.
I start by brain dumping everything I need to get.
All right. They only want equality in all caps when it benefits in all caps them. I don't really understand why those two words were the ones that were chosen for capitalization. That doesn't really make much sense to me. But here we are. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Let's see. Do we recognize anyone? No, not recognizing anyone in this part of the clip. Let's see who else we got. Yeah, they only want equality when it benefits them. I think I saw Rachel Wilson in the thumbnail, so here we go again.
Okay. Didn't you say you were feminist? Feminist.
Okay. casual college student probably says she's a feminist, has no idea what that means or entails or anything like that. Just it's the right thing in her mind. Maybe actual feminist, kind of given those vibes, looks a little bit older. This is another college student like her, probably says the word feminist. They're looking a little trad. They might be more traditional, probably still on the liberalish side of things, but yeah, let's see. Who says they're a feminist? I like to guess first. It's more fun that
Not a
way.
feminist.
Hey,
Not
I
a
said
feminist.
split.
Oh, okay. And now we got 2 more rando college students he found. Helmet girl with no helmet, Rachel, Brian. Okay, cool. Let's see.
Okay. Here's another question that we can kind of figure out here. Should women be drafted? This is an effort
Absolutely not.
to figure out if you guys are feminist or not. Should women be drafted in the military?
Like, by drafted, do you mean like when you turn 18, like you're automatically?
Okay, yeah. So men have to register for the selective service. Currently, there's not a draft in the United
Boo-hoo.
States, but all men in the United States at 18, in order to be able to vote and have other benefits, they have to register for the selective service, which would then make them subject to military conscription in the case that there was a military conflict which required a draft. So do you think women should be subject to selective service draft? Forced?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay.
I wouldn't even trust women to like fight for our country unless that's like that's their thing, you know, like if you're like that type of woman that you feel like you're stronger and stuff like that, but I just feel like no.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, hold on. So you think they should be drafted based on how they feel?
No.
That is not drafting. Again, I think so far my guesses were pretty correct. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Brian's going to go crazy on her over this one topic, and she's not going to know what they're talking about the whole time.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if like willingly, if you just want to.
She's saying if they want to.
No, just really want to volunteer. Yeah.
Okay, that's not a draft. That's just what we normally have when it's not a draft.
Want to volunteer, yes.
Yeah, but then that just defeats the purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean.
Right. Well, that's what we currently have.
Yeah, but I guess we should be drafted because I mean.
Okay. All right.
I mean, plenty of men don't want to join.
Okay.
Plenty of men, plenty of men, plenty of women. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
If we gotta do what we gotta do, I mean, yeah.
Now here's the interesting thing. You guys both have different opinions on this. I still don't know which is actually like the actual feminist position, because we'll have feminists who will argue. It's actually, we had one last week with Andrew, who said, well, it's not equitable. It's not equity for women to be drafted. That's a whole nother thing.
Interesting.
But what about you?
No.
No? Okay.
No, women should not be drafted.
Should not be drafted?
No.
But they should be paid equally in sporting events?
No comment.
Okay.
Sports, you get paid based on what you bring in. End of story.
No.
They shouldn't be drafted?
I don't think so.
Well, hold on.
Okay, so everybody except Anza said women shouldn't be drafted, but y'all want to be equal? So wait a sec. How are you equal if the men are the ones that have to fight and die to defend the country? The men are the ones that build and maintain all the infrastructure, right? Like none
Yeah, that's our job.
of this stuff in the studio is built or maintained by women. Do you know that like 90% of infrastructure jobs are still held by men? And that if you look at the top 20 jobs held by women now in 2024 versus 1924 are almost the exact same. So women have had 100 years to do whatever they want, and they still do the same 20 jobs they did 100 years ago, other than we switched out farm labor for HR work. But other
This is true, but it's not a dunk. It's not even a point. It literally is irrelevant. The more equality that a country has, the more people generally end up in their sort of trending toward their traditional gender jobs. So, I mean, this is just, it's not a dunk. It's totally pointless.
Other than that, we're secretaries, nurses, daycare ladies, early childhood education,
administrative assistants, retail workers, all the same shit that we were a century ago. So if the men are the ones tasked with every time there's a natural disaster, they have to go out and rescue people from the fires and the floodwaters, and every time there's a war, the men have to go and fight it and defend the country, and anytime there's a criminal who needs to be violently arrested, it's going to be a man who goes and does that, not a woman. Where does the equality come in? If we're doing the fluffy jobs, you know, we're all singers, we got a lot of singers and musicians, which is cool, it's great, I love music too. But y'all ain't like rescuing people and, you know, doing the...
First of all, some of them are. Not that it's relevant. Some of them are. Equality is not about everyone splitting everything 50-50. Every, you know, half of women and half of men are, or half of plumbers are men, half of plumbers are women, half CEOs are men, half CEOs are women, half of nurses are men. That's not what it's about. It's about letting everyone migrate into the fields that they excel in without putting up barriers. That's what equality is. It's not making sure that if men are all the plumbers, then women take up half of the plumbing. Like, it's nonsense. This is a nonsense argument. It means nothing.
Doing the heavy lifting or the dirty or the dangerous jobs, like who collects the trash? Men. You know, who does all the steel working and oil rig work and all of the like sewer cleaning? Men.
We have a video on this, Rachel, actually. Nick, remember that video we were looking at yesterday? I think it might still be on one of the tabs.
It's never been easier to start a podcast than with Riverside. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.
Let's watch this. No audio. No audio. Go
yeah,
ahead.
It's tough out there. I do HVAC.
Yeah, go
crawl around in crawl spaces
and
in
ready
attics.
To work on an oil rig.
It's not fun.
All right.
Come on, feminists, get in there. You
those
can do
are some roughnecks.
Come on, ladies. Anyone? Andrew.
That
Andrew
I don't
had
even know if
stuff
I would
like that
do.
back in the day.
The
They'd
scuba stuff.
Underwater welding.
That one I'm not super
underwater,
into.
but they would lower him into these tiny little horrifically frightening spaces to do extremely dangerous stuff.
I'm claustrophobic.
I really feel like women should just have the choice to do it if they want to, because I know some women that can handle it.
They do have the choice, and they're not.
They do, and they're not
doing it.
They don't want to. Well,
Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? What they're who cares?
This is the big secret, right? Is that women don't want to do any of this dirty, dangerous, scary stuff. They don't want to.
Well, yeah, but is that just, you know, what we've been raised with, the culture we're surrounded by?
No, and I have data to back this up. So
okay.
If you...
Oh, is there more, Nick? Just let it play.
Yeah, we'll just let it play. So back around the time of suffrage, we're talking like 1850s to 1920, roughly around there when the big suffrage movement was happening. Did you guys know that most women were completely against it? By all of the referendums that they would do where they would let women vote on whether they wanted to vote, only about 4% actually had any interest in voting. And they actually had really good reasons for this. There was much higher membership in anti-suffrage groups than pro-suffrage groups, and these groups would do public debates, they would do written debates.
Yeah, it's because they didn't want to get drafted or have like debt and stuff like that. But eventually they all came around. And they got the vote without the draft, so good for them.
Newspaper periodicals where they would go back and forth and debate these things. And the women who were against suffrage said, look, the primary purpose of government is to protect persons and property, okay? Why task women with that when we're not really capable of doing that, okay? We don't want to have to be drafted. We don't want to have to do jury duty. We don't want to have to be a political bloc because back then women had advocacy groups for things they wanted, but they weren't a lobbying group. They didn't have like voting rights, so they weren't able to be as easily politicized. They felt like they had a moral high ground to ask for things like, we need more parks, we need better schools, we need clean air, whatever it was. And that if they became just another voting bloc, they would be involved in dirty politics, and they didn't want to do that. They felt like somebody has to be morally neutral and not involved in politics. So, given all of that, do you guys think that women can protect and defend persons and property?
Sure.
Okay,
I mean, well, first of all, I want to go back to the fact that for a long time, women weren't allowed to own property, or at least not without being married. And so
actually it was the opposite. It was once you got married, you generally whatever belonged to you belonged to your husband.
Sure, but then usually the woman is still living with the family.
Right, but why would you? So think about why.
Why would you want to live on your own?
Why do you think women didn't own property?
Because it was farms. Like, why would you leave your parents' house if it meant you had to take care of a 20-acre farm? Unless you had a family. Like, this is crazy.
Well, do you think it was just the patriarchy, like just
no,
hated
I'm not
the
saying
women
that.
and
I'm
they
not
just
saying
wanted
that.
to put their boot
Yes, that's what it was. We just hated all the women. That's why.
on their neck and keep them down?
Thanks, Rachel.
I generally don't think that.
Okay,
I generally think it was just a matter of the times. Like, you know, because it was, I mean.
Like, literally, not nobody. Some people think that, but nobody with brain cells thinks that.
So do you think there was a reason, though? Do you think there was a logic behind not letting
I think it
women
worked
own
for
property?
back then. I think it worked for what it is at that point in time.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. So if you're a woman and you own land and it's 1802.
She understands what you're saying.
Bandits or cattle robbers or Indians come and they say, we're taking your land.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
But that's exactly my point. That worked for that time.
Okay, what's different now?
We don't have that as
Oh my
much.
God,
I mean,
everything.
it depends on the neighborhood, of course. And
Everything is different now, Rachel. Jesus.
I mean, it depends on the community.
Okay, so if you own land now in 2024 and you have a squatter who comes and squats on your property and you need them removed,
I did that.
Do you call ladies to come and physically remove them, or are there men who come and physically remove them?
So I had a subleaser who I needed to get rid of, and I did all of it. My landlord didn't do anything.
Okay, what'd you do?
I went to the court, and I got the papers. I took her to court. I won.
Oh, wait, as a woman squatter?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, okay, but did you physically remove
Oh, that doesn't really fit with my narrative, so it doesn't count.
her, or did cops come?
Well, did she willingly, after the judgment from the court, she willingly left?
So, okay, the lease was up. She refused to leave. And, so, you know, I got the paperwork. I gave her the 3-day notice to vacate, which is the proper way to.
Right, you're going through the eviction process.
Oh, this is a long
and
one.
So then,
We
you know,
probably won't.
she
Well,
was
maybe
still
we'll watch
that's
the whole
not
thing.
right. It's totally illegal, even though I got it literally from the courthouse. And so then we're like, okay, let's get the proper eviction papers. Mind you, we still had the papers escorted by cops.
So did you both went to the court and there was like the eviction trial?
Yeah, and we did.
Okay.
Well, I mean, not the eviction trial.
So then-
She did leave within the 5 days of receiving the eviction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But, so let's say she stayed there, right?
Yeah.
Because I think this is what Rachel is getting at. Let's say she stayed there, you even won the eviction case, the judge did an order, I don't know, typically after the eviction, I think they have another period of time, it depends on the state.
Yeah.
It can be 10 days, 30 days, whatever it is. And then the cops will come after a certain period of time and then forcibly remove the person. I think what Rachel's trying to get at is who's going to forcibly remove the person, whether man or woman, if they were, even after getting a judgment from a court, they still refuse to leave.
Right, okay. So in this case, because she left within the 5 days, I didn't have to have the sheriff remove her.
Right.
But, I mean, at least when I was giving the papers, the cops that were there were men and women. Yes, primarily men, but there were women. I mean, who's to say there can't be more?
Well, you're talking about a process server? So you served her with the...
So it was my mother who served her, but because of the threats she was making, we had her escorted by foot patrol.
Brian's always asking these like follow-up questions like he doesn't understand. Like, how do you not understand what she just explained to you? Like, actually, how do you not understand? It was so easy.
And that was not like a bunch of strong, independent women who marched her
It was
out
a
of
man and a woman.
Okay. And if it had just been a woman, do you see what I'm getting at? Do you see, like,
You're getting at nothing.
who defends our national borders? Not a bunch of feminists, right?
Who cares? It's not relevant to anything.
Use of force is still always going to be men.
I mean, of course,
like when you come
men
down
are
to
taller and bigger. Of course, they're gonna have
Now
that
you're getting it.
physical. Well, I always got it. I always
Right.
understood.
Right.
I mean, going back to the sports things. I mean, the men are gonna be able to do things that women just physically
Right.
can't. But
So, when we talk about equality,
The only equality women have is the illusion of equality granted to them and provided for them by men.
Sure, I mean, that's why I think it depends.
Yep. And we will continue to do that. There's still no point at all.
The context when it comes to equality, personally.
But if you have to appeal to men and say, men, let us be equal. We demand equality. And the men go, fine, we'll enforce equality. Is that really equality? Well,
It's not real in the sense, first of all, nothing is real. Everything is socially constructed. Allowing women equal access to positions that they are fully capable of performing is not the same as them being completely equal to men. We're not equal. We're not better or worse than each other. We have complementary traits for the most part. And we live in a society where a lot of those things have been replaced by technology. So women don't need to sit at home doing laundry all day. We have washing machines. You know, like none of this needs they're no longer needed. Neither of us are either fully needed for our roles traditionally anymore. We don't have to do a lot of those things. There are a couple things that we do still have to do. For example, women will always be the only ones that can give birth, and men will generally be the enforcement arm of the government and the protectors of rights and whatnot. That's the only two things that we really have to do still. So yes, she's saying a lot of technically true things that just don't matter. They don't matter at all.
Well, that's why I think it depends on how it is being handled. Personally, I think
so. It's up to the men, basically. It's always going to
because they're already in that position. If we could flip it, and then they'd have to ask us, right?
Okay. So you think we could put women on all the oil rigs, and we could put women in the Senate, we could put women in the military as generals, we could make them sheriffs, and that would work out fine?
Yeah.
You think so? Okay.
Here's the thing. For example, I remember watching this one show. I think it was called Stars and Stripes, and it took a bunch of celebrities and put them in the position of military. It had men, it had women. The person who ended up winning was the skier Peekaboo Streets, and she was a woman. She beat out actually Sarah Palin.
That guy.
She ended up beating out Sarah Palin's husband.
This is a reality show.
Where's this going? Where is this going?
Well, for example, she ended up winning. She was but they were all put in position of military, and she ended up winning. It was a woman.
So, do you think that men and women are the same?
I don't think they're the same. I don't. I think
yeah,
physically,
no one thinks we're the same.
Okay. Just physically.
There's some crazy, specific, radical wave of feminism that wanted us to try to be the same, but that's not super popular anymore, and nobody thinks this anymore.
Though,
nobody.
You don't think that men have certain strengths and women have certain strengths, and they each have different divinely appointed roles in existence?
I'm an atheist personally.
Okay. Do you think that they have appointed roles in society in order for society to be mostly successful?
I think that's how it's come to be.
So can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Do you think that women are happier today, or do you think that they were happier before all of this stuff?
They were happier before, but that has nothing to do with them getting into new jobs and whatnot. That has a lot more to do with I would say the main thing that's made women unhappy is probably side effects from the sexual revolution and other side effects from the internet and social media. I think those are probably the two main things that have made everyone pretty unhappy. Because men are a lot less happy as well.
Are you a full stack marketer spending all day switching between platforms?
No.
Good question.
Because it's proven that women are way less happier today.
Okay, but is that just the stats we're looking at now, as in those are the stats we're taking?
That's just ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, because for example, people like to make the argument that we're seeing a rise in autism. Okay, is it the fact that there's a rise in autism, or did we just not take into account the fact that we didn't know what it was before?
Well, so I think people know
I
what
can
happiness
actually
was.
explain this because it's like my area of specialty.
Sure.
There's surveys that were done, like very large scale surveys that were done in the 70s, and then again in the 90s, and then again in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
So
everyone's less happy.
the
Thanks,
first
Rachel.
one that
We
came
know.
out was called The Paradox of Female Happiness, where when they surveyed women all over the West and asked them if they were what their satisfaction levels were, a ton of different metrics were used. In the 70s, pretty good, pretty happy, not a lot wrong. By the time we get to the 90s and they repeat the survey, women are declining in happiness in the places that they have the most freedom, the most egalitarian society. So the places where women have the most equality are the places where...
So I'm going to back that up really quick. This chatter on the whatever podcast just put a bunch of laughing, crying faces and completely delusional. You have to be so caught up in your ideology of just woman ruined everything to believe that anyone at this table is completely delusional. I assume he's referring to our feminist friend here, the one that they're arguing with. But to think anyone at this table is completely delusional is crazy. You are truly delusional, Pinkerton 7, whatever your name is. Yeah, that's absurd, man. I don't know who can help you.
Most egalitarian society. So the places where women have the most equality are the places where we see them not only reporting that they have higher levels of self unhappiness, but also we see a rise in alcoholism, fetal alcohol syndrome.
Wait, Rachel. Just a minute ago, you said that the most egalitarian places, men and women, naturally more went to their gender roles. So does that mean that what is the word? This isn't the right word, but does that mean that when we generally align with our gender roles, we're less happy and we have fetal alcohol syndrome? Like, what are you even saying?
Depression.
It's completely contradictory to what she was just saying a few minutes ago.
Anxiety, prescription drug use. Every metric they look at, women are reporting that they are less happy. Now, there's a lot of reasons we could talk about why that might be. Sure. But I think people don't...
There's two main reasons, which I outlined about 5 minutes ago.
Understand that when women are trying to be equal, it makes life pretty impossible. You end up thinking you can have it all, do it all, be it all. Your expectations are wildly high, and you expect that you're going to be able to have a husband and a family and a career and do whatever you want, but also have a man who's going to take care of stuff. And these things all contradict each other. These things do not mesh together well.
Only I'll give her one of those things does contradict each other. You can absolutely have a family and a job and all of those things. We do have this problem where women are working the same amount as men, they're making the same amount of money, and they're still expecting men to be providers. It's not all women, but there's a good number. If you only watch this podcast, then you'd think it was literally all of them, but it's not. There's a huge selection bias when it comes to women that would ever be on this podcast to begin with. And that kind of attitude does need to change because the family finances need to become more 50-50, especially if women are going to be working. If they're not, though, then there's no reason for that at all, really. But yeah, that is the one little thing that she just said snuck in there that was kind of correct. And it's a problem because a lot of relationships are ending over this sort of financial issues. And it's because our attitude about financial issues are for some reason still very traditional, but the way we divvy out income between men and women is much more modern. It is kind of a problem. But it's not a problem in the way she's about to try to explain that it is. And most of those other things were just nonsense.
On top of that, women are more emotionally volatile. We have a hormonal cycle every month that, you know, fluctuates. We have pre-menopause, we have postpartum, you know, we have a lot of ups and downs that men don't have.
Why does that make us more emotional? And I'm genuinely asking.
Of the literal hormone
well,
in your
hold
body.
on. I know. But, I mean, for example, let's look at, like, history here. So much war has been caused by men.
She's gonna cite, there's a study that was done where they looked at the difference between kings and queens and who went to war more. Queens were slightly more likely to send troops to war. It's totally irrelevant. We don't have kings and queens anymore. It's this absurd talking point.
Well, I have something for this actually.
Yeah.
So I mean, they looked at monarchs, for example, kings and queens, and they actually found that queens were just as or even more likely to wage war than kings.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I think there's some real messed up women in history too, truly.
No, but they did like an analysis here. I'm not just.
There were way less queens in charge of wars. It's just a total non sequitur. Like, this is not the dunk that you think it is.
Saying there were some queens. They just comparing all of the. I don't know if it was the English monarchs, the British monarchs. I don't recall exactly the specific details of this analysis they did, but they did find that queens were more likely to wage war than kings.
Okay.
Just wanted to put that in there.
Sure. I mean, are we looking at it statistically as in, I mean, let's be real, there were probably still more kings in history than there were ever, like, queens that were really in charge.
Per capita.
Okay,
right?
so it is per capita.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can't speak to that personally.
So why would we think that men are going to start more war if women are more emotionally volatile and less rational and less logical on average?
Well, maybe we'd know that if we were taught more about those women as well. Because, I mean, personally, I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, how many women in history can we actually name?
A ton.
Well, I mean, talking in that specific position to cause a war.
I mean, I'm an Orthodox
Not many.
Christian, and we have tons of different queens and princesses and women who were in various leadership positions and waged horrific war on their enemies and things like that.
It's just usually, we see, queens that are just with a king. Yes. Oh.
You're getting
sorry.
Well, that would be. I could give you that, except that in the modern age we have a whole bunch more data that proves that this is not the case.
Okay.
For example, when you look at juvenile correction facilities or women's prisons, so we were just talking about how men have the monopoly on force.
Yeah.
So men in male prisons, things like that. Generally, men grow up using physical force, and when they're little, they do rough and tumble play with their dad, with their siblings, with their friends, and they kind of learn where the boundaries are of, like, how much can I beat up my friend before I go too far and actually cause harm? So they tend to learn that young, and it has an impact. Women don't have those same experiences. So what we see is that when women do have the monopoly on force, for instance, when you are a female guard in a juvenile facility or a female guard in a women's prison, the women guards are far more likely to be abusive, and the abuse tends to be worse than men. And
I have heard that.
They do think it's partially because of our emotional.
Moral of the story: young girls should fight each other more. I think we can all get on board with that. Yeah.
Volatility or hormonal fluctuations, and also just because women tend to be more likely to be on prescription psychiatric medications, have mental illnesses, and
they're more likely to seek out therapy and psychiatric care than men are.
just be less
So obviously they're more heavily diagnosed with those things.
used to knowing where the boundary is. So when women lose their shit and get physical, they tend to escalate to a point that's a lot
okay.
worse than what a man
Can I
would
ask
do.
then, is some of this
And we have our friend Pinkerton7 again, all caps, because he's literally sitting at his desktop cranking it as hard as he can, while he internally screams at these women for not agreeing with Rachel. Delusional opera girl. Oh, she's an opera singer. That's nice. Is asking for the smoke and Rachel is bringing it. Fire, fire, fire. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
Maybe because, also we hear a lot that women don't get the resources they need in the medical field.
Your workflow is important to us. Please wait indefinitely.
With Monday.com's intuitive...
You mean like mental health wise?
I'm not talking necessarily mental health. Like for me personally, it took years to get diagnosed with chronic illness.
Okay.
And there's a lot of that. And there's also not as much like research on women in medicine. Again, going back to autism.
How does that relate to like the violence?
I think I kind of know what you're talking about a little bit. I'd like to offer up a bit of a rebuttal.
Okay.
So I think you're talking perhaps about how there's less testing of certain drugs on women, or like less things are tested on women. My rebuttal, though, there would be, well, one thing that's a concern is if you're testing an experimental drug on somebody, if the woman happens to be pregnant but she doesn't know it, there could be ramifications there when it comes, because, for example, some medications are not recommended if you're pregnant, for example. So if you're testing something experimental, the woman doesn't know she's pregnant, obviously it could be very rare that, she's happened to be partaking in the trial. And
I'm pretty sure that the medical professionals who oversee medical testing and trials can figure out if a woman is pregnant or not. But thanks, Brian.
She's pregnant. That could be one of the justifications for why they're more inclined to test things on men. There's also like this component of, well, women, when women's hormones tend to shift a bit more throughout their cycle. So I think it's better to test on someone who has their hormones are a bit more level.
I get this.
But the other thing is, it's not clear to me if it's some privilege to
have to be tested on.
To have like experimental drugs tested on you. That seems like it would be a negative, like men are so desperate for money and resources that they're willing to have experimental drugs tested on them. I think if it was actually the reverse, if it was 100% women where we were testing drugs on them, there would be a huge outcry from feminists saying, wait, why are we like subjugating women specifically to this drug treatment? That seems like...
I get what you're saying. I mean, I personally wouldn't be opposed to that.
Okay.
But
if it was 100% women?
Yeah, I honestly think it's kind of necessary. Because...
Sure, but I feel like feminists would just argue and be like, hold on, this is like, look at how this is unfair.
This
like, why are women
You're not
going to
hear that from me personally.
Okay.
But,
all right, well, that's fine.
No, I mean, for example, this is a more minor thing, but like, okay.
Most of the people who engage in testing of new drugs and new medical procedures and whatnot are actually college students. So they're not like poor, destitute, homeless men. They're college students, which are actually mostly women. So if a woman wanted to partake in these trials and such, or if they needed women to partake, or they wanted women to partake in these trials more, which they should, they have the access. This is another crazy argument. He takes an article and basically just runs with the title of the article without trying to apply the logic to how the world actually works or understanding any of the nuances of it. It's just really annoying.
Why has, recently, when they test like tampons or pads, it's only now they're using real menstrual blood rather than like water or
But how does
it's different?
I just wonder how this gets back to what we were debating, which was why can women defend persons and property?
Yeah, to tie back to that.
if a hurricane takes out half the eastern.
Who cares? Who cares if they can? We have police. We have infrastructure that is designed for this. There are so many explanations and reasons as for why this point is just moot and irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't help her point at all.
Seaboard are the
because she hasn't said it yet explicitly, but she's essentially arguing that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's what she's basically getting around to. Men do the protecting, so they are the only ones that have skin in the game, so they should be the only ones voting. And it's just not true. It's just crazy.
Women gonna get out there and get the power lines back up and put the sandbags out and rescue people from the floodwaters and rebuild
They
everything?
might. They do that.
Hope so. No, they can't. They can't do it.
Some of them do that.
Ben George donated $200.
Yo, thank you, Ben. Appreciate it, man.
So you claimed men are more dangerous and advocate for women, yet want examples of powerful women abusing power? Use Google image search for teacher arrested for essay. 90% are images of women in power.
I agree. I agree. I mean,
There's definitely a lot of that. A couple quick things.
Yeah.
Rachel, you were talking about how aggression tends to
It's true, but not strictly relevant to anything they're talking about.
manifest, especially young boys, for example. Would you, I don't know if you're kind of familiar with this, like how men's aggression, especially at an early age, tends to manifest itself more in the physical realm.
Yeah.
But isn't it the case that women's aggression will manifest? It might not manifest itself in the physical realm, but it will still manifest itself regardless. So reputation destruction.
Yeah,
for
women
example.
use subterfuge, manipulation, gossip, that sort of thing, because, right, if you can't use physical force to get your way, those are the things you're going to
no, that's
default
true.
to. So.
I mean, that's something we see in history as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I have a question.
No,
yeah. Sorry.
Wait, one more thing, actually. One more thing. Also, when it comes to like physical, I don't know, were we talking about like violence at all? I don't know if that was kind of
yeah, we
a little
were
bit.
like military, and then yeah.
So, I mean, what do you think about this? So, I mean, you were saying, well, men throughout history have been a bit more violent. So I saw this. I've seen this stat a couple times. So, if we're looking at heterosexual couples, lesbian couples, and gay couples, we actually find that, for example, gay couples, so two men in a relationship, the rate of domestic violence is actually.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting statistic, but it is true. The more women that are in a relationship, the more likely there is to be domestic violence. It's very interesting. Gay men don't really hurt each other that often. Heterosexual couples kind of in the middle, and then lesbians just don't seem to be able to stop. It's very interesting information. Not sure how it's strictly relevant to this.
Actually lowest amongst homosexual gay men. It's in the middle for heterosexual couples, and the incidence rate of domestic violence in lesbian couples is actually the highest.
Okay.
So that's an interesting.
Their divorce rate is also the highest, a second only to polyamorous couples, which is just basically like a total disaster.
Thing, because when you have two men, you would think, well, men tend to be more violent. Why is it then that when you put two men in a relationship, the incidence of violence, domestic violence, is the lowest?
Okay, can I play devil's advocate?
When there's two women together, it's the highest.
Okay, can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, so we like to typically, I think, make out anyone who's, let's say, gay to be, well, they're more feminine. And then we look at women who are lesbian and we're like, well, they're more masculine. So is that what in the brain what's making that happen then?
This is similar to what.
That is an interesting theory. I don't know if that's true. I would have to look into that more. But that's certainly an interesting theory. I don't actually think that lesbians are generally more masculine. I think that's more of like some stereotypes do have some founding in statistics and reality. I don't know how I feel about that one, but we could look into it.
What I wanted to ask, do we believe that?
I mean, that's a fair question, but go ahead.
Like every
fair
female,
question.
well, first of all, women and men, we both have testosterone and estrogen, right?
Yeah.
And it can be imbalanced. So I feel like it depends on the person, and we can't like box everything in.
Sure.
Well, yeah,
Going
but
back to
we
health.
can take a look at statistical averages, and another important data point is that although when men tend to do domestic violence, the damage can be greater, women are more likely to initiate domestic violence.
Do you love the way she said that? It can be greater. It's almost always. Men obviously do more damage in cases of domestic violence, where way more likely to end up accidentally or intentionally ending our partner's lives. Like, that's an insane way to try to like brush that under the rug. And you'll notice this is something that she does with any fact or statistic that isn't like super convenient to her her worldview.
Than men, and men are less likely to report it than women are.
Because they're less likely to be believed.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the draft really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I wanted to go back to you two guys. I think both of you said no, women shouldn't be drafted. I was just curious, why not?
I said that too.
I think because there's a difference between men and women. Because men are, physically stronger, and like, I feel like, I don't know, if you enlist everybody, then.
So can I ask you a question, a follow up on that? So you say men are physically stronger. Do you think then, if that's the case, if women shouldn't be subject to forced military conscription, should women be barred from volunteering for the military?
No, I think.
Well, why? So why are they barred from forced military conscription, but they're able to volunteer?
With over 2 billion monthly users, YouTube ads makes it easy to expand.
Because it occurs to me, like, for example, in peacetime, or in wartime, there could perhaps be a greater need for more soldiers. Whereas in peacetime, do you need them?
Women just join the military so they can get free college.
Oh, wow.
Wait, so, okay, but so men are stronger, that's why.
And, the hundreds of thousands of support roles that are completely necessary, and many of which are generally better filled by women. Maybe it's that too. This woman is absurd.
The benefit isn't really even happening anymore.
And then what about you? You said women should not be drafted. Why is that?
Well, when I said it was for the same reason that like men are physically stronger. And I was, for what you said about like volunteering, I feel like the women who choose to volunteer would be physically strong as well, but like.
Oh, were you gonna come in on this? Or?
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm not gonna deny men are physically stronger. That's just a thing. But then, you were saying how women have to use their brain because they got to make up for what they lack in strength, right? So then, who's to say that the brains can't be used in situations in the military as well?
Well, that would be a great point as well, except for this thing called greater male variability, which if you look at, you can look at a number of different metrics. I was just on Timcast and we were talking about grip strength as an example,
I saw that.
But you can do it with IQ, you can do it with all different measures of aptitude. And what we see is that women tend to cluster around the mean more than men. And there's this small percentage of men and in anything that are so much better at everybody else that it's like not even close. So as a woman, if you're trying to be a CEO, a general in the military, a strategist in the military, trying to be a police officer,
Yeah, there's more men at the ends, but there's still women at the ends.
detective, anything
It's
like
literally
that,
crazy.
you're going to have to compete with this tiny top tier of men that is going to be so far ahead of you that the odds of you beating them are very, very small, which is why even after 100 years of equality, we don't see a lot of women at the top of these highly competitive pursuits, like being a CEO, like being a 4-star general in the military, like being the president, things like that. So it's one of the differences that makes it really tough for women to compete. So even if you're very smart for a woman, you may not be able to compete with that top tier of men.
I don't
Statistically.
Like that. So you're saying men are just naturally smarter?
Well,
I'm
you
saying
mentioned
that
the
the
variability
top,
thing,
yes,
right? Nick, can you pull that up? We'll just look at it. So
Okay.
there's this, this is like, Nick, can you make it smaller, please? Yeah. And then I'm also going to find you just the article. Hold on. I'm sending that to you in private chat. Pull that up, please. Get it quick if you can.
Whoop-de-doo.
So it's this idea that isn't it even the case that women are on average smarter?
Yes.
Or is it?
There's more of us that are in that middle gathering around the mean.
So I'll read this really quick.
Okay. But the men who are smartest are way ahead. Generally.
The variability hypothesis, also known as the greater male variability hypothesis, is the hypothesis that males generally display greater variability in traits than females. Pull that one back up, Nick. The chart. Just click on it. Yeah. Okay. So basically, what they're saying is that there's more stupid men. There's like there's a lot more dumb men.
Sure.
But there's like also like a greater proportion of like really smart men.
Okay.
But then there's like more women who are in the middle.
Right.
Okay, then that kind of goes back to my point though. Then if there's more women in the middle, then what's the harm then of actually? Because that means we're having greater odds of having smart women than we are. We're risking more by having a.
I'm not saying smart women.
This girl is doing pretty well for not being a professional debater and trying to debate Rachel Wilson on a dating podcast. She's doing pretty well. Obviously she doesn't know how to immediately clap back on all these things. Like, you know, if I was there, it would be different, obviously. If Erudite was there, it would be different. There's really not that many center-left debaters at all. I guess Destiny, but he's basically blacklisted from half of the internet at this point. But yeah, it's she's doing pretty good for not having the immediate stuff to back it up with. She is kind of doing like a little like dodge and weave. Every time Rachel brings up a point, she'll like dodge to a new point instead of like confronting it head on. But she's doing a pretty good job.
Do smart girl things. I'm a smart woman who does smart girl things.
Clearly.
But
That could be debated, Rachel.
when we're talking about who should be like at the apex of society running things, generally men are going to have the monopoly on force, strength, cognitive skills, leadership skills, social skills. They're just that top bit of men are going to be so far ahead.
Okay, but going back to your point then how does that affect the draft? Because that's not the top tier. That draft is
but
just...
the draft is just you have to be physically capable, and like you
Sure.
are a tiny girl.
I know.
If you had to jump in tomorrow and do the PT prescriptions that men have when
literally
they join
have
the
a booster
military,
seat.
yeah, you couldn't do it. And I'm like a really strong girl. I've done powerlifting and weightlifting for years. I've got like a 250 pound for 5 reps deadlift right now. I've got a 200-pound squat. But you put me next to a man who's my size that doesn't even train, and he's gonna whoop my ass.
But for example, like what if there's an
That's true. The first time I deadlifted, I did 300 for 10 reps.
emergency situation, you know, when you're out in the field, you know, I think I'm okay to say this a little more.
Now, if carrying heavy equipment around, like outdoor condensers and giant air handlers, and even previously when I was a stagehand, all of that equipment in and out of trucks and stuff, that kind of counts as training. So I guess I did cheat a little bit.
More likely to see a man just kind of like brute his way through it rather than like, okay, think how can we problem solve this so nobody gets more injured or in a less risky situation, I should say. You know what
So you think
say?
that on average women are more strategic than
No,
men?
I'm not saying strategic, but
It's not about more or less. It's not about more or less. Women who are extremely strategic should have access to those roles so that we're getting the best of everybody we can that is strategic. This is not complicated.
I mean, if we're looking at like...
Oh, I wish I had like a earpiece in her ear and I could feed her all these answers.
You know, the mean average of, you know, the brain kind of thing. Sorry. Then, you know, wouldn't it be fair to say that they're going to be more able to look at those situations better than the average we're seeing based off the graph you gave us?
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So, in those risky situations, then if the mean average is that, you know, the women are gonna overall have a decent IQ, then they'd be more likely to handle those risky situations where we really need to think about it than, say, the average we're going to find.
That's not really how it works. And when you're entering the military, they test you.
Sure,
right?
I know
so
that.
If you're below a certain IQ, you're not going to be in the field doing certain things for that reason.
I know that we assess risk differently.
Right.
And men do not take as much time to assess those risks, and they just jump right in.
Well, women are more risk averse, but usually in a military situation, that's going to be bad.
Well, yes. No, you want to be on your toes because, of course, you never know what's going to happen.
Women are very conflict avoidant, and on average, they don't want to be in the military.
Well, here's the thing then. Then why is there a problem having an equal amount, like an equal opportunity for drafting men and drafting women then? So that means we're having equal risk takers and equal, maybe not risk takers. Do we want that fair bit of both?
So what you're telling me is, all throughout human history, armies have been made of men. Sure. And now, because it's 2024 and technology, we should put all of, look at the table of ladies here. You all are lovely. You're probably great singers. You're beautiful. But do I want you on the front lines fighting? No, I don't.
Sure, I get that.
I see what you're saying women too. On the front lines. I'm a feminist.
So she
send them.
all
You know what? I think we do a total switch up. Men don't get drafted, and we just draft the women. Use the women as meat shields for a little bit. Soften the enemy up a little bit. Then the men can come in.
I think something that's interesting.
Take care of it. We'll take care of it. The women soften them up.
I think something that's interesting is that you're saying we have equal portions of men and women entering the military, but then what you would have to do is you would have to separate those roles once they enter the military, and then then it's not equal anymore. So what is the point of doing that?
I do get what you're saying. Well, I mean, based off the physical stuff like we're talking about again, I think that would have to depend on the woman. I mean, look at some of the women in the Olympics; they could totally do it, right?
Could they?
Like who?
I mean, those first are also outliers as well.
Like 1%.
I know they're outliers.
So when we're talking about this kind of stuff, you have to think about in general, the women in general and bigger numbers.
Sure.
Olympians are.
I'm not denying that. I think if anything, if we are going to have a.
Who cares? Yeah, it'll be more men. It'll be mostly men. Who cares? That isn't relevant to this conversation at all. This is crazy.
Draft with women. We need to. I mean, we all have to go.
We definitely shouldn't draft women, though. That's also crazy.
Through a physical, even if we were being drafted, right? So, I mean, we then assess. Okay, what can we best put them to?
Well, then, most women are not going to meet the requirements. And
it depends on the
remember
position.
that they've opened up all of the special forces to women for 20, 30 years now? 20 years, something like that? Not a single woman has been able to pass Navy SEALs or BUDS or the different Green Beret training. Women just can't do it.
Well, and going along with that, I wouldn't want them to lower that standard so that women could.
They do. No. But here's the thing.
They have to do
less
different
standard.
It
is a different standard. And this isn't just for the military. It's for police force, firefighters.
Yeah.
So I think for the military, there's a speed test in terms of being able to complete a mile or I don't know how long.
Oh yeah, there's a physical to be a police officer. Have you seen some of those overweight, donut eating garbage disposals? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Push-ups.
Well, this is the thing is, women always will say we want to be equal, so you have to let us do these things. You have to, first of all, if they have to let you, it's not equal. Right. Second of all, if they have to lower the standard for you to get in, it's also not equal. So it's all just this illusion, this silly illusion, and I don't want to. I'm sick of it. I think that
she's sick of it.
I think that in the not so distant future, a few generations from now, they're going to look back on this feminist experiment and go, "Whoa, that was a disaster. Glad we got rid of that."
There are a couple of parts of it that have been a disaster. Honestly, the biggest disaster ever was just calling it feminism. What a disaster that was. But other parts of it, specifically just letting women who can do the other role, yeah, it's not going to be mostly military, but who cares? That's totally not relevant. But the part that hasn't been a disaster is just generally letting women fall into place where they do fit based on merit, which is how everything should be. We should have a pure meritocracy. Very simple.
That because it's simply not sustainable. We can't
We're
even
finally
keep going
getting to
with
the
it
end of this
because
one.
birth rates have tanked.
This was wild.
So
This was just a
either-
giant
maybe it
non-argument.
won't go
I mean,
away, and then
there was
humanity will
no
just go
conclusion. There was
There'll be a
there was
reset,
nothing.
and,
It's
like,
crazy.
People always ask me what I think it'll be, and I think it's going to be painful and ugly. There's like a couple ways it could go, but it's not going to be fun for anyone when it happens.
How do you
Whoever gets AI
I'm sorry.
first.
Hold up. Hold up.
I don't want a not so distant future, a few generations from now, get rid of that because it's simply not sustainable. We can't even keep going with it because birth rates have tanked.
Right. So
Right, the birth rate thing. So the birth rate thing is not because of women having equal opportunity. It's because of the sexual revolution, dating apps, social media, and some of the traditional financial relationship alignments that don't really work anymore, but for some reason we haven't gotten that out of our brains for the most part. But yeah, it's those things. It's not because of some of them wanting to be in the army or go to work. Like, this is insanity.
So either
tanked.
Maybe it won't go.
All right, that's the end of that one. I'll be right back. Or actually, yeah, that's the end of that one. Yeah, I don't know. They're just crazy arguments from Rachel as usual that just like some of them are facts that are true. They just have no bearing at all on the situation at hand. So yeah, I'll be right back. Gotta make some tea.
Go away, and then humanity.
All right. Oh boy, we have the attractiveness scale. It's a crucible one. That means we've got Andrew Wilson coming in. Let's see what we got here.
What if you can get paid every single week just for offering to buy and sell stocks? This is one of the...
All right. This one is called the delusional attractiveness scale. This one is from the Crucible. It's also from the Whatever podcast. And, well, we'll just get into it.
Like, you're not physically attracted to this guy at all, but then he opens his mouth and he's like, well, I'm a 10, and he says that with like some serious confidence, and he believes it too. Are you all of a sudden attracted?
Do men walk around saying this, generally speaking? This doesn't feel like a real life thing. Okay, well, we'll let him finish.
Attracted to him or no?
I feel like if his actions also prove that he's a 10, yeah, I could get some attraction, grow some attraction towards that.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, we have two pictures. Damien, there's the Leonardo DiCaprio one, and with the other guy, it's like...
He's fine.
If
he was. I don't know, but now.
Yo, Hugo, thank you for the, what currency is this, Hugo? Is it Brazilian real? Is it, wait, hold on.
You're giving Bitcoin or some shit.
What is that? R?
Is that Russian or? Except what?
It's,
She is unable to
Oh, wait,
accept.
hold on. Do we know anyone? Okay. We've seen Pink Hat Girl before. She was in the back over here, though. We have a new Helmet Girl. That's not the same Helmet Girl as last time. I don't know who any of these people are. No idea. Not sure who this is. Maybe he's tagged in here. Nope. Nope. Don't know who that is. Obviously, that's Brian. New Helmet Girl, though. Interesting. I don't know what the Helmet Girl does, but whatever. Here we go.
I think it's Brazilian real. Or no, but yeah, it is Brazilian real. It's the, what is that, like $3? Hold on. 100
Oh my God, nobody cares, Brian.
USD.
Talk
Are
about the
my
actual
friend?
thing.
Do you have it?
Yeah. See,
All right,
she
you
is
can go ahead
unable
and
to
pull it
accept.
up.
I don't know what we're referring to.
I'm just curious. Which one is more physically attractive?
Leo.
Leo
I love Leonardo DiCaprio.
or Jonah? Is that his name?
Leo.
Jonah Wilson, right?
Leo.
Jonah Hill?
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Wilson.
Leo?
Yeah, Leo.
Leonardo.
Leo.
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 Okay, and I think you need to go back for the other picture. I think it's one back. Which one's more attractive? The girl on the left or the girl on the right?
Probably
Bro.
everyone will think that.
What do you think?
Bro. First of all, like, this is an absurd photograph to use for this question. Like, that's just insane. Also, who cares? Like, what is... All right, we'll let him get to the point.
Okay.
Just because her outfit. I like
What about
it.
you? Oh, wait.
Just because her
Just
outfit?
because her outfit.
Yeah.
That's fair. Picture him naked and then tell us.
I hear Andrew. I don't see Andrew.
I don't Where did y'all find this?
I don't like this comparison.
Yeah, this is like the worst looking person I've ever seen in my life.
You can't
What
see
makes you
her
tell the
features.
truth?
You can't really
This is a
see
bad photo.
Yeah.
The lighting is off.
She looks crazy.
Hold on. Which one's more attractive?
She looks like a nice lady.
The left.
Okay.
I think anyone who wouldn't say the person on the left would be a liar.
I mean, I kind of want to decline to answer because I can't see like that.
Right, we can't even really see her.
What? Really?
Them.
Really?
They're
Yeah.
I could.
And
Maybe she's just really dark.
Racism right there. Can't really even see. Okay. All right.
So you can't pick one?
I feel like
I don't know what kind of
this
TV
isn't a
they're
fair
using,
comparison.
What do you mean? How is it not a fair comparison?
Like there's like dark shadows. We can't really see
They're
her face.
two different types of women in size, in style, and how they're dressing.
Yeah, that's the nature of comparisons. You're comparing
But I mean,
two
the
people
compare
who look differently.
you did prior were two white males who were in the same age range.
Right.
They
That's
look
true.
both aged differently, come from two different backgrounds as well.
Yeah, this is a crazy comparison. You couldn't have found a picture of two like
because I feel like
similar-ish women. Like, this is
Comparison just
crazy.
asking which one's more attractive. Has nothing
Why
to
would
do with
you
anything
ask
else.
that,
Just the
though?
question
That's
is,
crazy.
which one of these women is more conventionally
declined
attractive
to
from your
answer.
view? That's all that's asking.
we know
I
the
declined
question.
to answer because my.
Do you know the question? Because it seems like you don't know the question.
The question is a setup. The question is a setup.
Which one's actually more
Yeah, it's a
is a setup.
stupid
How's it
question.
In my opinion,
Because you're gonna pick the worst picture of a very dark skinned woman and
It has
put
nothing
her
to do.
next
Hold
to.
on.
Put her
You
next.
want me to find a white woman? I can,
Yeah, you
can
two
you
white
do
girls.
that?
Yeah, do that.
Two white women.
Do that. Make it more.
Why they
fair.
make it about race? It
Exactly.
has nothing to do with race.
We.
I can find unattractive white women too.
Okay, find
do that.
two actresses that like
that are in the
It's
same
just when you
place,
compare
dressed
that
within
picture
the
to the
same
previous one, it's
style.
just two different
Yeah.
comparisons. It's like Jonah Hill and Homie, they don't look alike, but they're
They're in the
similar
same
in class,
setting.
they're similar in earnings.
I don't know. That
The second
sounds
picture look
racist
like
to
a
me.
homeless
That sounds
person.
To me, the option of just asking which one of these women is more conventionally attractive from your view, I don't understand what that
It's a-
has to do with.
Andrew, it is an absurd photograph. It is an absurd photograph to use after Leonardo DiCaprio and Jonah Hill. That's insanity. It is obviously like a completely different ballpark. Like, use a normal picture because you know they're going to be like, this is crazy. You know this. And it doesn't help your point. I know their point because I've seen another one of these stupid 10 scale clips. And this doesn't help your point.
Except that you want to see in it.
Right.
There's other factors outside of with the same thing stating that the two men were in the same area. They're both, same age range. They're dressed the same. They're coming to the same style for a
They're both
reason.
celebrities.
The other two women looked like they were dressed differently, supposed to be in two different places. Maybe, one was like a
Well,
fan.
I don't
one was
understand
more
what any of
known.
this has to do with the question of which one do you find more conventionally attractive.
Well, my
Because
answer
the
to
question
that
is a
was
setup.
denied. Yeah.
What's the setup?
What's the setup?
To get us to call the girl ugly.
No, that's not what was asked. Did anybody say you had to call anybody ugly?
Yeah, you don't have to call anybody ugly.
Saying they're less conventionally attractive is calling them ugly.
Okay, but why were you guys so quick to do it?
It is? So, okay, so you could never say that one woman was more attractive than another because you'd be calling the one woman ugly, not just saying the one was more attractive.
We don't want
Okay,
to say
that's
she's
crazy.
Nobody asked you to say that she's ugly. Who asked you to say she's ugly?
You guys did. When y'all asked that question, y'all said who is less conventionally attractive. That means who is uglier.
Yeah, but if you have two beautiful
it's
people,
asking
one of
which
them
one's
can be
more
less
So
attractive
you could
without
have
being
two
ugly.
really good-looking people. One could be more attractive than the other, right?
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Okay, well, then if that's the case, then the logic wouldn't follow that because you say one's more conventionally attractive than the other, you're calling the other one ugly. That would make no sense. That doesn't
I think it makes a
track.
lot of sense in my head.
I think what they're trying to
It makes no
Realm of
sense.
Has no logic, I guess, but it makes no
My
sense.
brain
If you
has a
can
lot
say
of
there's two
logic.
good-looking people, you find one more attractive than the other. That's not calling the other good-looking person ugly.
I think based on the history of racial comparison in this country, that the average person who, can take that as, because you got the most ugliest, non-attractive woman who's out of shape, that fits a lot of stereotypes of being out of shape, overweight, compared to, I'm just telling you how people think. You don't have to like it, but this is America. So when you do that, after you take Jonah Hill and Leonardo DiCaprio, and then you take this real
Yeah, the two, it's crazy. You should have used two actresses from the same event. There's probably two women in the background of that photo they
the
could have
average
used.
person could see
It's
some
a
type
setup.
of, everybody not gonna take is cut and dry like
I mean,
y'all.
by the
You
way-
can't act like you can't understand why somebody would say.
By the way, she's Australian Aboriginal.
I have no idea what it has to do with. She's just asking which one's more conventionally
All right.
attractive.
That's they're in Australia.
I'm not saying it does, but I can see how somebody could take it that
everybody-
way. But you can see how somebody could take it that
There's
way.
plenty of people that's gonna watch this back and take it that way.
People can take
Okay, they
all
can
sorts
take it
of
out
bizarre
however
things
And
in
that's how
any
I'm
way
taking
they
it too.
want, but
So,
it has nothing to
that's
do
why
with
I
what's
don't wanna
actually being
answer.
asked.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with.
Right.
So then find a photo of what you said you were gonna find.
Yeah, but then if we do that, you're making it about.
No, you just said.
Yeah, you guys are making it about.
Yeah, if you tell Brian that you'll only rate if it's two white women, you're actually making it about not Brian.
Why shouldn't we?
Maybe if she wasn't so far unattractive.
Well, wait, if you shouldn't, if
I'm just telling you how people can perceive it. I'm not saying you right or they wrong, or it's just perception.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, but if you say why shouldn't we make it about race, that's fair. But then you could never criticize Brian if you thought he was making it about race, right?
I didn't think it was only about. I also thought it was about body size as well. So.
Isn't that a component of physical
Yeah, that would be a
attractiveness?
comparison of physical attractiveness, I would think.
I mean, Jonah Hill is chubbier than Leonardo DiCaprio.
But what my thing is, Jonah Hill, some people find Jonah Hill attractive outside of us. I feel like you picked a picture of somebody that most people will probably never find attractive. And
Oh, so just to be clear, so it's easier for you to make a determination when it comes to Jonah Hill, where there's less of a discrepancy in physical appearance between him and Leonardo DiCaprio. But when it's evidently clear that the woman on the right is clearly less attractive than the woman on the left, then you can't make the determination?
yes, because it's more
And the
unfair.
affirmative statement, how's it
Yes.
unfair? It's just
we just explained it. We just explained it back to back to back. Why it's unfair, why it's a setup, and why we don't want to answer that question.
Or could it
Yeah,
actually?
but I don't actually understand the explanation.
Of course you don't.
Can you break it down for me again?
No.
Or then is it just actually essentially a capitulation that you guys are actually then?
No.
Oh, so it's
No, I think
easier
it was
for you
just a
guys to judge
deny.
men, but when it comes to appraisals of women's looks, then there's a bigger issue.
No, well, you basically compared two
No, it's because you picked an absurd photograph to start a fight. Because you have problems.
actors, two famous actors.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because people are gonna find them attractive no matter what.
For reasons besides looks?
Yeah, they got money. They're both rich. So they
Yeah, it
appeal
was
to
about
looks.
I know some girls who would say
Hill is
Jonah
not
Hill
a
was more
conventionally
attractive.
man at all. Jonah Hill is not
He's
conventionally
economically
But there's
attractive.
some women out there that will go for Jonah Hill.
Over
For sure.
Leonardo DiCaprio?
You're saying that there's
I'm
nobody
sure.
who will go for this woman?
Here, how about let's go around the table. Actually,
There are definitely women who would choose Jonah Hill over Leonardo DiCaprio. Definitely. It's not even, this is not even a contendable point.
we already did. All of you said Leonardo
But
DiCaprio is
we're
more
only
attractive.
this one group of women. We don't represent all
Okay.
women out in the world.
Men don't get chosen just for their physical attractiveness. Sorry, Brian.
What? How, you think it's 99% of what?
But he knows this. So I don't understand, like, why he would belabor this particular point. It makes no sense.
Women pick Leonardo over Jonah Hill?
99? No,
99.
I would say
What do you
like
think?
I think it would be 80% Leonardo,
Really?
20%
So
Jonah Hill.
1 out of 5 women picks Jonah Hill over Leonardo DiCaprio.
I think so. Yes.
Jonah Hill still has something to gain attraction outside of his looks.
Exactly.
That
He's
woman don't have
funny,
nothing
and he
besides
has
her
money.
looks.
Coke.
Well, I don't know how much she makes. She don't look like besides looks. I don't think she can get anybody.
There's a lot of cope happening right now.
Yeah, there seems to. I don't really understand. There's no. If you're going to make a comparison
understand.
on just conventional looks, then the idea that it needs to have some type of racial stereotype to it is bizarre to me. It doesn't even make any sense. That seems like it's some sort of bizarre internal projection or something like this. It has nothing to do with comparing the attractiveness level of two people. Regardless of who Brian put up, whatever two human beings he put up, you should be able to make a determination on conventional attractiveness. I don't understand why the would have anything to do with anything.
But it's not just the car. As we brought up earlier, you put up two men within the same, how would you say,
Like
standard. Yeah, that
Status.
look, status, standard that look
Nope.
the same too. Like the two women you put up were very different in
I don't
other
understand. You
aspects
can't
outside
tell.
of
Okay,
race.
so then let's do this. I'm in no way have the same status as Jonah Hill.
All right,
Couldn't
here.
you make a comparison
Not even
between
just
me?
status.
Hang on. Couldn't you make a comparison right now between myself and Leonardo DiCaprio and say which one's more attractive? And it would be Leonardo DiCaprio, right?
I mean, but your wife,
And
what would your
Jonah
wife
Hill.
do?
Yeah,
Both
see,
of
so
them.
you bring, so
your
it
wife
is a
would
racial
you.
component. The whole idea here is for you, for some
Where'd the race
reason,
come from?
the makes some
No, we
difference in
we
the
said what would your
conventional
wife
attractive
think?
We said
Would your wife think that Leonardo
about
DiCaprio
race.
is more attractive than you?
level. Possibly.
Hmm.
And the thing is, though, is like, why would that even be improper to make that assessment? Do you think that people don't have eyeballs, or that they can't be honest?
No, but
about
wouldn't
what
you
is
want your
true
wife to
because
think that you're
they
the
don't-
most
They
attractive
don't want to risk
man?
offense. Like that seems silly to me.
Wouldn't you want your wife to think you're the most attractive man?
This is definitely the most pointless clip we've watched so far tonight. I mean, what a waste of just waste of conversation for with no real end purpose.
You know, the thing is like, don't you want to also live in reality? Like, do you think I want my wife to lie to me? Do you think that I can't clearly see that there's more attractive men than me conventionally, and that I would know that since she has eyeballs, she would also understand that? And it's like, why do you think it would be some sort of great to me if she lied to me? In fact, in many ways, that would be detrimental. You know what I mean? Now, is there good etiquette in not like drooling over other people when you're with your spouse? Well, of course, right? Of course, that's good etiquette. But it has nothing to do with the idea that you can't objectively assess a beauty standard of another human being. That doesn't mean you're going to go have sex with them or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
So I don't really understand.
So
I don't really understand
pointless.
on this.
It's
You're
just so
asking about
pointless.
the conventional attractiveness. I don't even see why the racial component matters.
Wow, what a waste of time that one was. For everyone, for them, for us, for me, for the viewer, everyone. What a waste. All right, debate. Well, all right, we've got another one coming up.
Grammarly doesn't just help you with polishing
After
your
this
emails,
ad.
it also lessens the mental load of replying to emails. I'll just do that.
Debate OnlyFans is destroying our society. I disagree. Not that it's a good thing that so many women are taking part in it. However, I think it's a symptom of something else. I don't think it is the thing that's destroying our society. I think that's a little bit absurd. It's definitely a symptom of other things that are harming our society, though. But let's see what they have to say. I don't see Andrew. That's good. So it's just Brian versus the world. Oh, actually. Oh, no, we have Twitch girl. I can't remember her name. And then this is that conservative chick. I can't remember her name. Brian, obviously. Oh, OG Helmet Girl. Okay. Actually, I don't know if she's the OG because I don't think we've been watching these in order. But here we go. Let's see what this one's about. Debate OnlyFans is destroying, all caps, like an unhinged lunatic, our society. All right.
That. Okay, so men created hookup culture and women participated in it.
I think if you take a step back, and I think if you say that feminism, I would say, is sort of the precursor to the red pill movement. I think women did create the problem because feminism went way too far in telling women that they could treat their sexuality basically acting like men, and I think it subverted what was a really, really nice traditional arrangement between men and women where men would provide for women.
Do you think it's okay?
Yeah, I think the sexual revolution was generally bad. I would agree with that. Definitely didn't help men or women at all.
If men sleep around?
I don't support promiscuity.
I don't think men should sleep around either. So
They really shouldn't.
So
No one should.
How are we getting to this point
Did you call
where
yourself a certified E what?
E4 baby E?
Oh, fantastic. So she's the one that does OnlyFans. She sounds drunk. That's probably good.
Poor baby. Sorry.
But when you like joke about that, I think that sort of dovetails with what you're saying in the sense that when you joke about being an e-whore, that doesn't really make men want to like treat you or view women as respecting themselves and as deserving.
Yeah, they're gonna call me a whore regardless of whether I call myself a whore.
Well, if you're
What?
if you're on OnlyFans, yeah.
No, you got me.
I think it's kind of like a
PTSD too.
catch.
It's
A
just
catch.
how
Watch
it is.
yourself. Watch yourself. Watch yourself, Brian.
Okay.
Watch yourself.
What?
Watch yourself.
I think we just call
Cold-blooded.
shitty people.
Yeah. I mean, people are gonna call me names regardless. Like no matter what. Like I'll be live streaming on Twitch playing fucking World of Warcraft, and they were like, "You're a disgusting whore. Show me your asshole." And I'm like, okay,
Wow. You're like, in the
can I
same
just play
breath,
this
too.
game? Yeah.
In the
I'm like,
same
can I just
breath.
play this game? Like I'm gonna get treated like garbage regardless, just for being a woman online,
But
especially.
talking in the scope of dating, though, I think OnlyFans or just that general approach to female sexuality where you're commodifying your body for,
Yeah.
okay, not $5 a month, but
yeah.
$20 a month. That sort of
$20.
just breaks down the fabric of traditional relationships where men feel like they can treat you poorly because they
If I
own
feel
you
like
for
a man is
small-
treating me poorly, I wouldn't give him the time of day.
It's hard because like men are consuming.
That was such an irrelevant non sequitur from our drunk friend over there in the corner.
Content, but women are creating the content.
You don't
like
have the ability to enforce that
supply and
boundary by
demand,
being
baby.
on
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
That's hard.
I do.
No, you don't. A creepy guy who could be treating you horribly could still pay and subscribe to your
But
OnlyFans.
I wouldn't date him if he's treating me horribly.
But they still get access to you.
And they could subscribe and watch your
that's
podcast.
Totally, it's the same thing as like me posting
have
on
all
my
my
Instagram.
clothes on during my podcast.
She doesn't
Me
do
too.
nudes.
Me too. I don't do nudes.
I don't.
Thank
You
you,
just have to
Rose.
pay to look at it.
Lingerie.
Lingerie is fine.
Oh, that's like, who cares? But boys, stop gooning and simping. Stop it. Seriously, stop it. Stop it. Stop paying for OnlyFans. It's like, just stop it. Stop it.
That doesn't bother me. The thing is I wouldn't interact with someone who I felt like was being mean to me. If you're gonna be mean to me because of something that I do, bye. That's not an issue for me.
I'm not necessarily talking about like an interpersonal, like being mean to you, like.
But you're talking about dating.
I'm talking about
Oh God, you're too drunk for this conversation.
how men approach I'm not talking like you're sitting on a date and they say something offensive to you. I'm talking about like, I think when women have sort of taken the feminism pill hardcore and they're, oh, I don't need a man, men or whatever, that men are going to be more inclined to not treat you with what is a more traditional cherishing role that women
I think that I think that I do need a man. I would love to have a man in my life, and I would love to have some sort of relationship when the time comes. But right now, because I'm doing OnlyFans, there's a lot of men who don't want to interact with me, and also because I'm not particularly interested in having a relationship right now, there's a lot of men who wouldn't pursue me, and that's fine with me. That doesn't bother me.
I think women are born inherently with their value, and your job as a woman is to preserve it by not making choices where you sell yourself out for a variety of things.
my job
and men have to work hard.
Can I add something to this? But a lot of these like companies and these like the whole like
everyone
sex
sells
working and
sex.
stuff. No, it's all also started by men a lot of times.
Everyone
this
sells sex.
This is a weird like point of view to be like, oh, it's women's fault for doing this. But a lot of times these are.
Yeah, no, I agree with her. I mostly blame men. You guys really need to stop with the simping and the gooning, and all of this would just go away. We stop watching it and paying for it. And yeah, those two things. We stop watching it and paying for it, and it goes away. Like, it's that simple. Just stop. You don't need to do this. You could be spending your time doing so much more valuable things for yourselves and for society. I mean, this is crazy.
Porn happened before OnlyFans.
Exactly.
People were profiting off of women before OnlyFans became a thing.
By pimps and things like that. So it's like, it's weird to be like blaming the women.
My critique is of feminism, and we have women to blame pretty heavily for that.
For feminism, we're not saying, oh, bring power to like prostitution or anything. It's weird. This has been happening for many years.
I'm
But
also
doesn't necessarily mean it's right though, or like a healthy road for people to participate.
So if
more parasocial.
Hold on, if I did pornography, would it be okay if I was straight up on Pornhub? So why are you saying OnlyFans is on a different level than pornography?
Well, what I was saying is women are born inherently with their value, in my opinion, and men are not, and they have to work to achieve it, right? If you look at what men go after, beauty in women, more or less, and women go after men with, status that they can provide for them. And all I'm saying is that when you do things like OnlyFans, when you do things like porn, now take a step back, okay, if it would have been, 30 years ago, it wouldn't have been OnlyFans, it would have been, who knows, prostitution, whatever that year it would have been, that you are denigrating yourself and basically proving that you are not a woman that is deserving, not of respect, but that you're not upholding your inherent value as a woman.
Would you say a man's inherent value would be ruined if he did porn?
Well, not even that.
I would say anyone.
I mean, I think anyone would, but I think where we derive our value from is slightly different. And just on your point about OnlyFans,
or the men running this again, it's like these women who are in these vulnerable states who they don't have any means to be able to make money.
We can throw the vulnerable states out the window, though.
So you're saying you guys are being exploited by the
No, I'm saying we can throw that out the window.
Your original point from many years ago. That was my statement.
No.
It's like where this first started, right? It was like, for example, men taking advantage of these women who needed a means of making money, right? Sex work years and years ago. Sex work has always been a thing, though. Even in like years of like before Christ, after Christ, all those years, like sex work has always been a thing. So it derived from men controlling women a lot of times too. So like I don't get the point of holding women accountable, but saying men are like it's okay, right?
No, I think we ought to hold them both accountable.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're both accountable. If you want to hold one accountable, hold the other.
I'm not saying to not hold men accountable. I think the CEO of OnlyFans, who I actually believe is a woman, but the owner of it is a Ukrainian
The CEO now is a woman, but
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with Target.
It started in England.
But that's no offense. It sounds like you guys are trying to deflect blame. You guys are choosing to make content.
Sorry. Do you think I have an OnlyFans? That's crazy.
The women doing OnlyFans wouldn't be popular if they just didn't put themselves in the situation to be on OnlyFans.
Men are gonna make women popular whether you're on OnlyFans or not.
What is the point of this conversation? I'm so lost here. What's the point?
Yeah, that first Chair 1 definitely doesn't do OnlyFans. She's like a pretty popular streamer.
I feel like what I don't respect is more like not so much like someone doing OnlyFans. Because obviously I would respect most people because you're a person. Any person has inherent value, but it's this idea of
Not every person. Careful there.
chasing meaningless pleasure, like just the ease.
Yeah,
I don't respect people who are like, oh, it's easy to consume porn. It's easy to just like put out content. Like that doesn't seem.
If the point is that it's gonna like limit your dating pool, sure, I hear that. If the point is that it's not morally correct in your eyes, sure, I get that. Like, what is the point of this? I don't understand. What is there?
Oh, I guess I think it's who is to blame for this. It's kind of like a chicken and the egg.
It's also like
nobody is.
To you boys, stop gooning. Stop simping. You are to blame for this. Stop it.
Blame.
But it's also like, is it detrimental
Have some self-control.
We're buying it, you're a model, let's
kind
move
of
on.
thing. It's like, is OnlyFans detrimental to society? I mean, that's up for debate.
Normalization of OnlyFans is detrimental to society, yes.
How do you say that as someone who works in
We should also blame every fast food worker for obesity.
You know,
we should blame anyone who works in any bad industry
blame every
for the consequences
bad aspect of
that
capitalism. At that point, we should get rid of capitalism.
But you are playing a part
You just said the industry that
I think I don't believe in the normalization of it. That like, that's crazy. I would never recommend to anyone that came to me to make an account. I would never say, yeah, you should make one. If you have an account, I can probably make you more money than you can make yourself. Like that's it.
I'm just curious, from your personal moral perspective, how do you justify working in an industry that you think
have
should not
no
be
moral dilemma with it. I don't think that we should be talking about it like vlogs of, oh, I just bought this yacht and went on this $20,000 date. I think people should be open to the discussion of the negative side effects of OnlyFans, and we should have these conversations.
But you shouldn't vilify the people in it. You shouldn't vilify the people in it. Vilify the industry, not the people.
Well, I just think I'm very sex work neutral.
OnlyFans is way too broad. Like, you gotta be more specific, because like she was saying, she just posts pictures of herself in like lingerie. That's basically just like a Temu Victoria's Secret model. Like, whoop-de-doo. That's not a big deal. I think with the woman in the middle, this one here in the blue, I think what she was saying is that she works for some kind of like in the industry in like a management sense. That's a little morally meh. I mean, I'm not really big on giving things moral value in general, but that has some severe ethical considerations, I would say. Yeah, but again, it's not really their fault. It's your fault. Stop gooning and simping. Stop it. Stop it.
Do it, you do it. If you don't,
for
you
your
don't.
actions.
Yeah, and have I not taken accountability for that? Well, have I not taken accountability this whole time?
I'm not vilifying you.
Okay.
What's up, Abby?
I do think she makes a good point that women who are participating in the industry are a problem, and I think that they make a good point that men who are participating in the industry by watching it and paying for it are playing a part. Both of them, I mean, sex work in general is wrong, and anyone who participates in it, it's not a good thing to do. It's a wrong thing to do. So, I mean, of course, the men who are watching it shouldn't be watching it, and the women who are participating
perpetuating
in
the
it
demand.
shouldn't be participating in it. We can take accountability. The industry is ruining society. Nobody should be participating
There's
in
also the fact that even if I wasn't doing like OnlyFans or whatever, like there's gonna be men who speak to me in such a disgusting, horrible way, like who come into me like, why aren't you selling nudes? Like I literally.
Yeah, but that's an entirely separate issue. It's a completely separate issue that we also need to deal with because that's unhinged lunatic incel shit on the internet. But it's a totally separate issue. The way men talk to women is just a totally separate issue.
Was streaming on Twitch the other day playing World of Warcraft, and they're like, why aren't you showing your ass?
Yeah,
that
but
that shirt is so tight on you. Why
there's so many, like, I don't do OF and I still get those DMs. You don't have to.
No, it's not the men bad. I'm just saying they're creating a demand for it. They're like, I literally had someone mad at me being like, why aren't you advertising your OnlyFans? Why aren't you being nice to me? I'm like, I'm not being nice to you because you're being weird. This is chatterbait, you freak.
This is crazy.
Sorry, my bad. I don't mean to yell.
What is your plan, like, kind of after OnlyFans?
Me? I'm getting my degree in accounting.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and if someone doesn't want to hire me because I have OnlyFans or whatever, that's fine. Whatever. I'll work at a gas station for the rest of my life if I have to.
She sounds like a hustler.
Whatever makes it work. Listen, I'm from the boonies, dog. We got 3 McDonald's.
She did mention that. No, like again, I don't want to make anyone who has an OnlyFans like feel bad. I wish you didn't do it, but
it's what it is. It is what it is.
But yeah, I to say like, it's Julie's fault because
You're from the
OnlyFans.
boonies, dog.
I'm from the boonies, dog.
3 McDonald's.
From the boonies, dog. We got 3.
Vancouver.
No, not
Island.
Vancouver.
She's from Vancouver.
I'm not
Island.
Vancouver. I'm not from Vancouver. I'm from like a small town.
She's from the mean streets of Vancouver.
No. Hold on. It takes 8 hours for me to get to Vancouver. So.
Vancouver.
Leave me alone.
That's what it's called.
Leave me alone.
Damn.
Eat your peaches.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Well, I was gonna say.
Wait, hold on, Abigail. Go ahead. Continue, Abigail.
Oh wait, I think I made my point that women who participate in the industry are absolutely part of the problem. Of course, we're not blaming those women
You're not the
for
sole
the industry,
holder of the blame.
but you're absolutely part of the problem. And if you think that sex work or the industry is ruining society, I don't think you should play a part in it.
Yeah, I get that. I gotta eat though.
I mean, yeah, you might really need money, but there really are other ways to make money.
No, there are.
This
there
is
are.
an easy way, but
there are certainly
not everything that's easy is good.
There's
In fact,
certainly
usually things that are easy are
Hold
bad.
on.
But see, yeah, that's the point I was trying to make of like the ease, like the pursuit.
Right.
Just I want to do the easiest thing.
Here's
the
thing. Here's the thing about I could work at a gas station. I'm working there 30 hours a week. You know, I get a paycheck of $1,500 a month that covers my rent, doesn't cover all of my bills. You know, it doesn't cover my schooling or anything like that. I work on OnlyFans. I post 3 photos a week. I make $3,000 a month without doing anything. If I work harder, I make more than that. Why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I? My schooling's paid for, my rent's paid for, my food is paid for, my gas is paid for, my insurance is paid for.
Something else that's very easy.
About is money.
Monetary, yeah, but
I care about having a roof over my head.
No, can I add something then?
I see that. I see
so you
that,
turn 18 years old and you marry a 40-year-old and then you get a roof, you get everything, right?
I don't want to marry a 40-year-old.
No, I'm saying, but it's easy. So you're saying easy means bad, right?
Easy's not always
usually,
bad.
yeah.
It's not always bad.
I said usually.
Usually bad. So you're saying just marrying a random 40-year-old just to pay your bills,
do we
just
hate
to have
age
a roof over your
gaps?
head is bad.
No.
Yes?
I mean, I would say, yeah, there's better if you care about a future and a family and you're just settling for
Oh God, they can't do the age gap thing in front of Brian. He'll have a conniption.
a guy just because he has.
Good thing he's too busy eating fruit, but he's making the face. Look at, see right there. He's making the somebody talked about age gaps. Oh my God, face. So we'll see.
Money. That's not a great situation.
Well, the money's a benefit. The money's a benefit. It's not the sole
bad 'cause
reason.
It's easy. Like I think I'm sure most of us probably think our jobs are maybe inherently easy. Like we're naturally drawn to something. It is the job in and of itself.
I would say that OnlyFans is probably like morally wrong. Yeah, there's a lot of things in life that people do that are morally wrong.
But I don't think OnlyFans is easy though.
Yeah.
Because you have to deal with all this hate from people and telling you you're bad, you're contributing to the society getting fucked up.
It might mess with.
It is a contribution, but it's not the source of the problem, and it's definitely not like them quitting does not fix the problem. Y'all stop simping and that would fix the problem. Stop it.
With your head a little bit, the backlash, but it's pretty easy to take a picture.
Well, it doesn't
post
fuck with
it
my head, but it's not and get easy.
I'm
money.
fucked
You have
up.
to like
Mentally it's
actually
fucked.
promote it.
But
You don't just like post your butthole and you're rich, you know.
Jesus loves you so much.
Jesus,
I want you
if
to know
you're
that.
out there, sub.
That's disgusting. I like to make jokes.
I
Sorry,
will
it's my
say
bad,
though,
dog.
like I
Wait,
agree.
Make that same joke, but with a different.
Mussolini?
Yeah,
Mussolini?
That's the choice.
Who's Oh, but like a different religious figure?
That same joke.
With a different
About
deity?
Muhammad?
Muhammad? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned.
But that's the point. Like, you can make fun of Christianity. You can't make fun of any other religion.
I already did Mussolini.
I don't know enough.
Actually,
Mussolini was a dictator.
Muslims will get
Italian
more
dictator.
upset about people making fun of Jesus.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work
Oh,
management
an ad
platforms
right
are
at
the
the
same.
end.
Monday.com is the one you'll actually.
Than Christians.
Yeah. That's true.
Because Jesus, I guess, is still like what do they call him? A prophet?
Yeah.
Wait, the Muslims a prophet?
The king of the Jews?
He's the
He's
son of God?
Still like a
He's talking about in the
Prophet, Brian. You've said it 3 times now. Just say it. Say it with some conviction.
He's a prophet to Christianity and to Muslims, but not
you
to
mean
Jewish
in-
people.
Or you'd probably. I don't want you to say it, but
I'll say
He
whatever.
wants you to say it. He wants you to say it.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
You can't blame OnlyFans on male
I was
control.
saying
It's a lack
earlier,
of
I
male
just think
control.
I do really believe it's both men and women that need to take accountability. I think men need to be stronger and need to be able to not
Self-control.
engage. Yeah, self-control and not engage in this kind of
I
stuff.
don't think it's necessarily a man.
Oh, it's JoJo.
I mean,
yeah.
I have to be honest. Like, men have more of the power to like
That's crazy.
disintegrate
Mike,
this because
can
if
you
they
That's right.
stop,
closer?
if they
I mean,
stop
if
like
women stopped
consuming,
making content, then there'd be nothing
does anybody
to consume.
want to take a peach
I want a peach.
shot?
I want a peach.
No, it's just the juice.
You touched it?
Me.
Nah.
you touched it.
You tried to make me crush a bug and you won't give me the peach juice?
If someone donates,
He took it himself. What the fuck?
I was gonna say if someone donated 100.
You stole it from me. That was my peach juice.
That was my peach
I will
juice.
say the only problem that I feel like I have though is to bring up like that your bills are paid or like rent is paid and that's why you do it
I
because
mean, there's other jobs.
there's
No.
no I'm not
I
necessarily
can do other jobs and still get my
Okay.
stuff paid, but it's so much easier to just do OnlyFans.
But that's easier.
Okay.
That was it.
I'm
Yeah.
totally fine
Easier.
with it being easier. I'm totally
Yeah.
fine with it.
But she also has her own hours because there's a lot of like 9 to 5s and things like that.
If I'm
But
trying
you
to do,
stand by that you would kill someone if you
Yes.
needed to put a.
if provide for my family, me, dog, absolutely.
There's so many people though that are able to do that without doing OnlyFans. So I feel like that's
I'm so happy for
It
them.
is difficult. It
I'm
is
so
difficult.
happy for them.
Yeah,
I
all of these
had
are
a
kind of
very
like
different life
non-arguments,
situation where I don't have
honestly.
anyone to fall back on. I don't have parents. I don't have friends. I don't have. I mean, I have
Wait,
friends.
are you also?
I was fostered. I went to
Yeah,
foster care.
beginning of the show. Yeah, she
Yeah.
is.
Is it?
She's a scrappy one. I like her, even if she's wasted and has no business taking part in this debate right this moment. All right, that's it for that one. A little mini debate about OnlyFans. As I mentioned, it's y'all's fault. It's the men's fault. Stop simping. Stop gooning. Stop paying for this crap. Stop watching porn. Go outside. Touch grass. Do something useful for yourselves and society. Thank you very much. All right, what do we have now?
So just going back.
All right. We have another episode, clip, whatever you want to call it, from the Whatever podcast. We have She's Baffled, all caps. It's really important to this editor where he puts the caps. When he says men are more, all caps, oppressed because of the draft, all caps. I categorically disagree with that entire sentiment. Let's see. We unfortunately have Andrew Wilson. Hooray. And just a bunch of regular college-looking age women. Just a bunch of regular girls. So cool, great. We'll see how this goes, I guess. Because this is where you really want to show off your debate skills, Andrew. regular college woman with no debate experience whatsoever. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got.
So just going back all throughout history, I would argue that the burdens placed on men, and this actually comes down to one sole male-specific grievance. I think that all feminist arguments about oppression are dead on arrival. In fact, men have been more oppressed than women, and here's precisely how. So all of women's collective grievances fall flat in the face of just one sole male grievance, and that's forced military conscription.
So you think that men are more oppressed than women because they are subject to being forced to fight in a war?
So I'm putting aside all the other male grievances that I've listed, and there's quite a few, and they're quite significant. But just
not just for fighting a war, they can be pressed into conscription for anything which is voted in by prescription of Congress to draft them for. It could be a war. It could be some other national effort. We don't know. We've never seen the full extent of it implemented in law, but it's actually quite broad.
So, I mean, yes, throughout all of human history, yes, I would argue that sole male-only grievance is bigger than all of the women's collective grievances combined. Okay, let me ask you, are you...
I'm a little bit baffled. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Well, I mean, what's a bigger grievance, not being allowed to vote or the death of 20 million men?
I think that you're kind of quantifying it in a weird way.
Well, I'm playing the feminist game here. Feminism is a comparison.
Not.
Feminism is a comparison game. Women have it worse than men. And here I am giving you pushback and saying, well, hold on, let's look at...
No. Your claim was oppression. The draft is not oppression at all. So your point is dead on arrival. Sorry, Brian.
This dimension that is a gendered thing, this gendered expectation that men can be forced to go die in some war, go and die in some trench.
Like I can see how as a man I would probably not be a fan of the draft because I wouldn't want to die. I think the fact that you think that men are somehow more oppressed than women. I also, you're going back to this idea that feminism is innately a comparison game.
It is. How could it not be?
In your opinion, the way that you're defining feminism, and if you'll want to try to say that I'm not a feminist and
there's way too many different types of feminism for him to make a claim like that. Yeah, there's definitely feminism that plays the oppression Olympics. I don't see how that's relevant, but
from your logic game, that's fine. In your world, you could say I'm not a feminist or whatever if that's the type of path that you're trying to lead me down. But the thing is that
you certainly are.
Well, but the thing is that I was emphasizing that I think that feminism needs to evolve to continue on with the same goal that I think women had in mind, or at least the goal that I had in mind which is equity, not equality.
I'm a little confused. What's equity? What would be an example of equity?
So the way I learned about it is that there could be a series of boxes.
Yeah,
and
I'm familiar.
So do you know what I'm talking about? Where in this sense, equity would be measures to have women have the same rights in the eyes of society and also men. So the ways that women and men would be upholded would be in different ways.
This is a terrible argument. It just sucks because these are not professional debaters, whereas Andrew is definitely a professional debater. And while Brian is not a professional debater, he has a lot of experience with these exact same questions that he asks every single week. So he's got a lot of practice with this specific topic matter. He's got his list of points that he can go through to kind of dodge all of the usual points that they're going to make. And it's just, of course, she's not going to be ready for that. I mean, she's just not going to be ready for that.
Saying that this view
The equity, equality is such a, it's a pointless argument. It's a low tier argument. It's like the TikTok Temu version of an argument.
of feminism, that women need to somehow now have it better off than men, or that some women would say that women continue to have it worse than men, would be in this guise that it's a comparative structure. What I'm saying is that the whole idea of comparison is pitting the sides against each other. It's not about that. It's about seeing each other for what we really need.
Can I just interject and just ask one quick clarifying question? Assume for a second the draft tomorrow was expanded to women and you were drafted. Would you go?
I don't want to fight in a war, and I'm not saying that men want to fight in a war either. I know that there was a whole lot.
Yeah, I know, but would you go?
Would I go fight in a war?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I would be very good in combat. I also don't want to die. Selfishly.
Did you have a follow-up, Andrew, or I have some?
No,
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to get that clarified real quick.
Okay. Well, I mean, when it comes to this whole military conscription thing, what would be the feminist equity perspective on the current state of things when it comes to equity and the fact that men are only subject to military conscription?
My perspective would be boo-hoo. We do it because we're the ones that can. It's not oppression. We're the ones that can do that.
I'm not going to say that I have an answer, but I would say that if women are against fighting in a war and being subject to the draft, and you're using a feminist agenda to try to uphold that, it would be a kind of a weak argument. It would have holes in it, because you would say, well, if you think that women and men are equal, then get on the battlefield with them. But I think that men also love to uphold the idea that part of the gender expectations that are held upon them is that they are the protectors and they are physically stronger. And so if you're physically stronger and you want to protect me, then go do it.
Well, what if a man doesn't want to be drafted? That doesn't really change the fact that in the event of a draft, he would be drafted.
Can I ask something?
What's up?
I don't know the historics of it. Like, how did that come to be?
What do you mean?
Like,
it's time to cancel your team's weekly check-in meeting. Permanently. You know your team dreads them anyway, and you probably do too, since you could have spent that time doing actual work that matters. But aren't check-in meetings useful for planning ahead? Well, sure. But then you end up spending half the day replanning because of
drafting people and it. Like,
okay, I mean, I think I could take a crack at this, but I mean, throughout all human history, different tribes warred with each other, and if you were a man and you were able-bodied, they would put a spear in your hand and say, you're going to defend the tribe, otherwise they're going to take our land, they're going to take our women, they're going to commit atrocities against our civilian population. So I would imagine it just goes way back into human history of there's warring tribes, there's different.
Well, I would actually even go a step further and just grant, I think, what you're angling at, which is, I think the patriarchy brought us the draft.
Yeah, exactly.
That it was a system of patriarchy which brought us the draft here in the United States. Do you guys disagree with that, or was?
Oh, slam dunk, Andrew. Not really.
Is that kind of where you were going?
I mean, yeah, probably, but who cares?
With that.
No, that's so valid.
It's not a dunk. It's valid, but it's not a dunk.
Yeah, totally, right? So I got to ask you a question. How in the world could we ever repeal any of these things which the patriarchy have imposed upon us without appealing again to another patriarchy to do so?
Oh, God, the stupid forced doctrine. Who cares crap.
You can't.
You can't. Which means that grid one is correct and patriarchy is inevitable.
What's your other version of?
It's true. Patriarchy is inevitable. That doesn't mean women can't have rights and all that other stuff, all that other good stuff. Patriarchy is inevitable, so why fuss about it?
Of a different patriarchy, like a matriarchy?
What could you appeal to which was not a patriarchy and would not become a patriarchy by necessity in order to overthrow a patriarchy?
I've never been here to necessarily overthrow the patriarchy. I think that's kind of a combative way of looking at the whole situation, and I've seen models of a matriarchy.
Well,
that
I don't think so.
present.
So, for instance, let's say you pass laws. You would say that you would pass laws in order to get rid of this nefarious patriarchy, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, but I don't understand then. How would you replace a patriarchy?
She never said she
You
wanted
keep
to,
saying
Andrew.
I want to replace the patriarchy. I never said that I
She
wanted to replace the patriarchy.
literally never said that.
Okay, so then can you answer my question of how you would be able to replace a patriarchy even if you don't want to, absent appealing to
Why would she have to come up with plans to do
I don't
things she
think that I
doesn't want to
necessarily
do?
have the answer to that question.
Yeah, because nobody has an answer to that question, because you necessarily will always create a new patriarchy no matter what. You have to appeal to the thing which you're trying to dismantle in order to dismantle the thing. That's why it's cyclical. It can't ever really work.
So you're saying that men are systematically superior to women?
In the domain of force application, yes.
And
they are
yeah,
100% superior to women in every single way almost.
So what? So what? Yeah, oh my God. What is going on?
When it comes to force application.
For you, like strength.
Well, not just strength, but any force application, be it machinery, guns, any of these things are going to be inherently superior because they are stronger and have larger skeletons.
Wait, I did want to go. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
So essentially, I'm just saying that the reason that this, to me, has always been circular logic is because I cannot ever seem to get an answer of how you would dismantle a patriarchy without appealing to a patriarchy, thus creating a new patriarchy in order to dismantle the old one.
What are your thoughts on a matriarchy?
First of all, I don't know why she said that. Well, I do know why she said that. It's because she's not a professional debater and she is not prepared for what's about to happen. But I don't think any of them said they want to dismantle the patriarchy. He's literally shadowboxing with ghosts right now.
I'm just curious.
They're non-existent. They can't actually exist because of this force application.
No, a theoretical matriarchy.
They can't even theoretically exist, I don't think, because of the force applicator. So as long as there's men in the society, they're always going to have the monopoly on force application. Because that's true, I don't think a matriarchy is actually logically possible unless you were in some like really lopsided situation, like I don't know, you had 10,000 women and like 100 men. I think that might be possible, but even then, I'm not sure. You know, I'm not even sure then. So, but I don't think it's logically possible inside of general societies to have matriarchal systems.
Do you think that?
So what?
I lost my train of thought. But you think that a matriarchy
So
in theory
what?
just wouldn't work because women, like in order for a society to operate on a functional basis, you would need strong force operation to be
Yeah, you have to have
there?
force applicators in order to enforce the law of the land. So in other words, if there's a criminal and you want him punished, there has to be big, burly, strong guys who take his ass to court and throw him in prison and guard him at night. And there has to be big, strong men around to guard you at night with guns from other men who might hurt you. So yeah, absent the force applicator, I don't see how it could ever work.
I can see what you're saying.
Here, I got one question. I didn't really get like a straight answer on this. So what would be the equitable thing when it comes to the current state of the military, the draft?
I don't have a strong answer. I would say that in the guise of the patriarchy, men, if they are in fact the superior force and they are viewed in their gender
No, but
roles.
from the feminist worldview.
From the feminist worldview.
You said it was about equities.
Oh, if I were to propose something to unoppress the men?
No, let's assume that a draft is required. Like, you can't get rid of a draft.
There is a draft, yeah. Like, the United States has a draft.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm oversimplifying this, but I mean, the immediate answer that comes to my mind is you would simply equalize the draft. Women and men are subject to military
Right,
conscription.
that would be the automatic answer, would be that both men and women would be subject to being in the army.
But under your whole thing with feminism being for equity, would that be equitable for both men and women to be subject to military conscription?
I would say not necessarily. Also, you're taking the way that I defined feminism and you're creating this whole idea that I'm defending feminism to the ends of the earth under the guise of its definition as it exists now. And that's not what I said. I said that I was actually criticizing.
Yeah, they're literally arguing with nothing right now because I don't think any of them said they want to remove the patriarchy. I don't think any of them said any of that.
Some of the elements of feminism. I said I don't think it should be a comparative structure.
But I'm just a little bit confused. So, like, do you think that women should be allowed to vote?
Do I think that the sky is
Oh my God, this insane argument.
blue? Of course I do.
Right, I'm in favor of women voting, but it's interesting to me that you immediately say, yes, women should be allowed to vote, but you can't really give me a straight answer on if it's equitable for women to be subject to military conscription the same way that men are.
Well, I did tell you. I said that if men want to say that in a society, they are the ones that are the protectors, they're the providers, they're physically stronger.
Under feminism, we don't really say that, do we?
I wouldn't say that we do, because I think in feminism, people don't like to necessarily buy into evolutionary roles, because I would say that it's limiting. I don't think that evolutionary roles are necessarily the way that we must live in society. I think that's a little bit archaic. But like, in some ways, I think that it is useful to look at it through that lens when we look at the innate strengths of men and women. But the thing is that at this point in society, I wasn't put on this earth to make babies and cook at home or whatever, or be a gatherer per se, and that men are going to be hunters. That's not the way that I was raised, at least.
Were you put here to cure cancer?
No, I don't think I was
she
born
has a
with...
point that then once we get to this point where women have our rights, we're educated, we're, we've gained this equal...
So if women weren't put here to be what? Just say what you said again.
To be baby makers and gatherers.
Right, and men weren't put here to be disposable parts of the military industrial complex and just be put
define
through,
it in the same way,
hold
please.
on.
Don't say that.
No,
like
I'm to be just put through the meat grinder of war.
Well, if you were to parallel the logic you're saying, and you're saying women are baby makers and gatherers, men would be providers and hunters.
And protectors. And
They
part
are.
of that
But I
entailment.
mean, hang on. But how can you say that they're not? Men provide the food. Overwhelmingly, they provide basically all of it, in fact. Women provide almost none of it. Men provide all the infrastructure. How are they not providing and gathering? Seems like that's exactly what they're doing.
What do you
I
mean,
don't know if
money-wise?
that's in every household. I don't know if that's true. Now that feminism has,
Well, you can buy the food, but
Well,
it's made by men.
Like they're in the farms and they're in the slaughterhouses?
Yeah, who do you think is making all the food? Do you think it's a bunch of women out there with hoes and they're going, ooh, and they're hiking up the cabbage? Like, what do you think's going on out there?
Well, not only is it majority men in
I mean, I feel like at this point
how
it's
do
a
you
lot of
get the
machinery, but
food
whatever.
From point A to point B, men are overwhelmingly, for example, truck drivers.
I don't think that anyone was.
But let me double down a bit on this. And then how do trucks run? Well, they run on oil. Men are overwhelmingly the ones who are, for example, in the oil industry.
Who takes care of your children?
I don't see how that's really
Well,
relevant.
generally not their mother, unfortunately,
you're
because
looking- you're
feminism
looking at the
demands that
things-
mothers. I'm going to answer your question. Generally, the mother is not taking care of the children at home, which is the most optimal system, because feminism has demanded that women go into the workplace in order to have these crazy social safety nets. So we actually outsource the raising of our children to strangers. That seems less than optimal to me.
But who are those caregivers typically? Are they men or are they women?
Generally speaking, women are doing the same jobs that they've always done, yes. So they're in teaching roles in service industry. That's basically what they mostly do.
Oh boy, Andrew.
I don't even see why.
I can't even put my full 2 cents in on this one because they've already let him get so far off track that it's like a moot. It's like moot at this point.
Why there's necessarily a problem with that. It's fine for your child, I guess, to go to school in kindergarten, have a kindergarten teacher, but I think that outsourcing your child care for the purpose of you going to work is a less than optimal system. That seems to be something which is far more oppressive to women than any of these systems that you've cited.
Well, this was a system designed by men, so maybe you should talk to the men about why women have to go and work.
It has not been. Women, since they've had egalitarianism, have been able to vote on these systems and have definitely had their input and have reformed how these systems operate absent patriarchy. That's not true that women have no say now and that this is a patriarchal system. Women, by and large, they vote almost as much as men do.
I wasn't talking about political power necessarily.
Well, I mean, even institutional power.
I mean, look at the ratio in Congress. I mean, like, it's pretty obvious who's in power.
How is that obvious?
Just look at the numbers. You love to look at numbers.
Yeah, but the systems themselves are not just designed by Congress, but by lobbyists, by women inside of educational systems. There's all sorts of pull and thrust because now women are political pawns because they can vote, right?
Sure, I guess you could say that. I wouldn't reduce women down to political pawns. But
well, I mean, but your overlords in Congress would, wouldn't they?
They would, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. They would.
Yeah.
So that's how they are viewed, men and women, as just being a demographic of voting pawns.
Are men political pawns in the same way, yet they have to go into the draft?
Yeah, men have also been political pawns. That's correct. But when it comes to the draft, there's no real way around it, because you cannot have a fighting force which is equipped by mostly not men and have it be effective. There's no good way around that.
Well, then how is it oppression, to your point?
What do you mean?
Well, it would be oppression because there's no additional privilege that comes with the expectation, whereas in the reverse, that would never.
That is not how we define oppression. That has never been how anyone defines oppression. That is nonsense.
Be the case. What sort of privilege do you think that women would have absent
Absurd.
an expectation? I'd love to know what it is.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, like men have to go and get drafted and go fight in wars. Women do not. What is the privilege that men get for having that responsibility?
What's the privilege that women get for bearing the children, getting to stay at home?
The government doesn't force you to get pregnant.
First of all, hang on, I'll just answer directly. Yeah, that seems like a huge privilege.
Okay, well, I'll take my privilege and you can go out on the battlefield as a man.
Okay, so what? I guess all that equity was just bullshit.
I didn't say that.
Well, then I thought that's what we wanted was equity. Does it sound like we have that tall box so that we have that equity that you're talking about so we can both see over the same fence?
Look, I'm not saying that the draft would be probably one of the more contentious points that you could bring up when you talk about gender roles. I don't want to bring up reproductive rights because I know that you all would love to destroy me on that one.
It's like the only one.
But women die in childbirth, and also child rearing.
Yeah, but it's rare.
Well,
rare that women die.
They die after abortions too.
Okay, respectfully, I'm not going to get into that whole thing. My point is that child rearing is not. I would say that the roles that women take in society are not necessarily as valued as the roles that men take.
Why should they be?
What do you mean?
I just asked you a direct question. You said that women's value in society is not as valuable as men. Why should it be the case that it is?
In under the eyes of equity, it should be.
Yeah, but you just got done saying you don't care about equity because
I never said that I didn't care.
Well, then I don't understand. If it's a privilege for you to stay at home but not a privilege for me to fight a war, how's that equity?
I don't think that it's an innate privilege for me to get to stay at home. In that context, I could have the privilege of my safety, and you don't.
It's not.
But you have the privilege of walking
work?
home at night and not being afraid that you're going to get attacked.
Hang on. How is it not a privilege to have somebody else providing for you while you stay at home?
Because I'm raising kids, and so
what
they're
if you're not
providing?
raising kids?
Well, if I'm not, then sure, then I should go be a productive member of society.
Okay,
But
so
if you're going
is
to
that
sit here and
equity?
try to
Because if you're staying at home and your hubby's taking care of you and he can be drafted
such a
and you cannot be drafted,
boring
how's
argument.
that equity?
because there's other responsibilities that I would have as a woman.
What?
Well, under this societal structure, if you're saying that that's the expectation, I'm not saying that women should have to go and be child bearers if they don't want to, but if you're going to look at the patriarchy and you're going to analyze gender roles to try to justify the draft or whatever it is, then
Yeah, but how is it not a privilege, again, back to the question, how is it not a privilege for you to be able to stay at home and raise no children at all, and he is still subject to the draft and you are not? How are you not privileged, and how is that not how is that equitable in any way?
well, women can still go to war, they're just not obligated to. And
Yeah,
so
so
I
that
think,
wouldn't be equity, would it?
well, let me finish. You're right. Under this argument, that would be the case. But
This is such a boring argument because the odds of us having a draft again are like 0%. We fight more with technology than we do with manpower now. Anyway, it's just a boring argument. Even if it was oppression, who cares?
I just, like, I don't know. You're right. I have a hard time with this one because you are subjecting men and not women. But the thing is that
I kind of, I don't totally agree with it, but I'm kind of starting to agree with Erudite's position that men like this that are like, men are the enforcement arm, so men should be able to vote. You're not the enforcement arm, Andrew, and neither is Brian, and neither of you ever will be. So it is kind of like stolen valor. Like, this one group of men goes and fights wars, and so you should get to vote? So you're oppressed by a draft that will likely never happen? Like, very likely never happen. It's so sad. It's such a sad, tired, old argument.
the draft, I'm pretty sure that it was men. Like, why were they not subjecting women to the draft earlier? But why were they not subjecting women to the draft earlier then?
Because women took over in the workforce.
Because women are ineffective soldiers.
Okay, well, then go be an effective soldier.
Let me add another argument to that. So on a macro level, for example, if a society were to send large swaths of young, fit women, able-bodied women to war, let's say it's
that would obviously be terrible, and we should never do that. That's who cares?
Civilization, women. You need women to be able to perpetuate the population. So a man can impregnate 1,000 women, but a woman can only be pregnant with one child at any given time. So on the macro level, it does make sense from that component. Like if the society is like, okay, we're going to send 20 to 30, 40, 50% of our able-bodied work citizenry, and that same cohort of people, if it was women, would be the most fertile too, at least from a historical perspective. From that sense, it would make more sense to send men, because you'd be better able to replenish the population of a society.
And so with that logic, then is it innately just a privilege for women to not be subject to that, given your logic that men would be more effective?
Not anymore.
Right. Well
Yes.
then, yeah.
Yeah, how would it not be? How would it not be that you're privileged just because you cannot form a task as effective as somebody else, therefore you get some bonus that they don't get? That's the opposite of equity.
Who cares? Life's not fair. We're not equal.
I see what you're saying. I still don't agree that it's innately a privilege, because you're kind of going with this logic.
It's the opposite of equity. How could it be anything other than the opposite of equity to say, because you cannot perform the task as well, that therefore these people do, but it's equitable because of that? That makes no sense.
Because in your view, society would be upheld in that sense because you're not sending...
Yeah, but I'm a patriarchist. You're the feminist. In my view,
you're
yes.
pitting us against each other in a way that's really just not productive. Like, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and you're just trying to make it wrong.
Well, I'm going to explain it to you so that you understand. So it's fine for you to do an internal critique. I'm fine with that. but I'm doing one as well. My worldview is that I believe in patriarchy. I'm a patriarchist. So I believe that men deserve to have additional privileges that women do not deserve to have because of the force applicator society relies on that men bring to the table. You as the...
Yeah, but not you, though. Not you, Andrew. Just remember that. Not you.
Feminists believe instead that there should be equity between both sexes. That's fine. You can say that you believe that there should be equity, but when I show you a significant problem where equity really can't exist, you just kind of shrug it off, and I don't really understand that.
Well, so you think that, and I really hate the idea that we're going to pigeonhole women to just being childbearers or think they contribute a lot more to society
who else
than
can
just
do
that.
it?
You're right.
Wait. They can't produce anything more valuable than children.
Well, yeah, so if you want to talk about the things that are really special to women, really special to men, then you could boil it down to that if you want to simplify it. But I think that this idea that women get the privilege of safety, but also there's a variety of tasks that would be required of them if they were to be raising children.
Yeah,
and
but
so
the government does not compel any given woman to have children. You could go through your entire life and just choose.
Just like they haven't compelled anyone to military service since Vietnam.
To never have children.
That's actually not true. Depending on the state you live in, if you're... What states force you? There's a lot of states that
You're talking about
abortion.
Okay,
she's saying
that's a total non sequitur. Abortion has nothing to do with this conversation.
that there are states that won't allow you to abort.
If she got that
that's
saved,
true,
okay.
but no, the states did not force you to open your legs.
I just think that it's funny that the way you're looking at brute force or what is it called, force application, and men sacrificing their lives and their safety to go to war, but you're not viewing...
Want to know the secret of authentic content that
It's
performs
such
everywhere, not just social? Let's be real. Today,
women's role in the same way. You're not looking at it that men get the privilege to not be responsible for children and the upkeep of the
How
nuclear family.
How do they get the privilege of not being responsible? If you have a child tomorrow with a man, he's going to be responsible.
Because you would be providing.
Hang on, I'm going to explain so that you understand, because I'll look at it through your worldview. Tomorrow, if you got pregnant in a state where abortion was legal, does a man have any say at all on whether or not you abort?
In California, no.
No, he does not. So if you have a child, that is 100% your choice, absent him, but he is still responsible based on your choice for rearing the child or not rearing the child. So even if you choose to have the kid, he still has to pay child support. Nobody's letting him off the hook. That does sound like it's equity because it's based on your choice. In this case, this is compelled. This is not based on choice. So if that is true and you do not have that, I do not understand how that could be equitable.
Well, I don't think that, first of all, I would say that California would be more progressive in that sense, in terms of the feminist agenda, per se, if that's how you want to put it. And other states, that's not necessarily the case. Women are not allowed to have an abortion freely in the same way that...
Oh, it's not relevant. But this is what happens when you put college students up against world-class professional debaters. This is what happens.
They could travel to another state.
Well, wouldn't you say that's not really...
Even then, okay, hang on. Even then, though, right, in all of the states where abortion is legal, does a man have a say in whether or not a woman can have one or not?
They're the ones that are making the laws typically, and they are restricting women's access to abortion.
No, they're not. Women also make laws and vote on laws.
Yeah, and
I don't know where
I'm
you get
not
the
for
idea
those
that
women.
it's all men who are voting on these laws. They most certainly are not.
It's women in the context of the patriarchy, though. Might as well be a man at that point.
Okay, so even if it's the patriarchy who is giving you abortion rights, we'll just grant it for the sake of argument. Is there a single state which you can be in where a man that has abortion which is legalized, where a man...
She doesn't know that she can just bite this, because now they're on the hyper defensive because they know they're out of their depth, and So now they're going to dodge answering every question they possibly can, because that's what people who are out of their depth do. And we're already so far past the point of no return with this line of argumentation. I mean, I would have quashed this immediately, long ago.
And can tell you, no,
28 minutes
you can't
ago.
go abort that child.
A male citizen could not directly prevent me from
they
getting an
can't do it.
abortion under the guise
So
of the
then
law.
it's going to be your choice. And if it's going to be your choice, and the man is still held responsible for child support, this type of thing, that at least sounds like it has, even from your worldview, equity. But how in the world can you say that there's equity in a draft? How could that be equitable?
I'm not going to repeat myself because clearly my argument to you is not compelling.
I can move things on a little bit here. It's just interesting to me. It would be so easy to just say, yeah, equality would be both men and women being subject to military conscription, but it seems like you aren't really prepared to propose that.
That's why I used the word equity instead.
And
you don't have to be for that, and I'm not. And the whole point of equity is that you're not equal in every context. That's the whole point. And so in the context of force application, men and women are not equal. You said it yourself.
Yeah, so to each according to their own, and from each according to what they can give.
That's not what you said.
Is that what you mean by equity?
Oh boy.
In terms of gender roles, or like on the basis of individual differences?
Yeah, and the logical conclusion of the argument she's accidentally about to make is that women are forced to give birth to children.
Gender roles.
Do you want to repeat it, Andrew, one more time?
So communism?
Okay, now he's jumping all over the place.
I don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
No, that's literally what that is. To each according to what they can give, and from each according to what they can give. That's communism. Literally.
I think you're oversimplifying my
Marxist
argument.
doctrine. I just read. I mean, it's not verbatim. I'm paraphrasing it, but that's Marxist doctrine.
Any tankies at the table?
I would love to hear from the women that seem that they're.
Communists
I do feel like it's really hard to know. Like, we can only be one gender, so it's very hard to know.
I just want to read this verbatim. From each according to his ability.
Yeah, there you go, Andrew.
According to his needs.
Totally scuffed it the first time.
That sounds like exactly what you're saying. So, from each according to his ability. In this case, men have the ability to be the applicators of force.
All right, this one's almost over. Thank
God. They fight your wars. To each according to their needs. In this case, you need to be protected. And so men need to protect you.
Oh boy, right? Yeah. We got
I didn't say any of that.
Probably a funny one coming up.
I think you did, but
would you prefer
for your agenda?
And I think Andrew won't be in it, which will be a nice change of pace.
You literally said yes. I asked you the question. I mean, I paraphrased it. That's
Andrew,
true.
I didn't say that I was a communist. I never said that. You're trying to prove I was a communist to what? Be an antagonizer? Like, I'm not a communist.
No. I'm just okay. Well, let me just ask you. From each according to his ability. In this case, you say under gender that men have the ability to do this, and so they should, right?
I don't agree with the idea that you should take all men in America and schlep them off to whatever country.
All men in the U.S. are subject to the selective service.
To the draft.
Well, isn't that a big fat bummer?
Exactly. Finally, that is the point. Yeah, bummer. Get over it.
It's interesting that you can be so flippant about something as serious as this, especially given
you guys
the
have been interrogating me for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I also feel like men and women don't know what it's like to be each other. So it's like,
all right.
I mean, you're coming at her so hard, like she doesn't know what it's like to be a man.
I don't see how.
Yeah, also, she's like 20. Also, she's like 20 years old. It's absurd. The entire format of this show is just absurd. But we're gonna keep watching it because it's fascinating. Yeah. BRB. Eat your food. Get some water. Eat your food. Alrighty. Oh boy.
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates. Why are you in my house?
This is going to be an interesting one. I wonder how long this one is. Oh, this one's going to be quick. All right. And it's got one hell of a title. One hell of a title. Woman should, all caps, be in the kitchen, exclamation point. Triggered, all caps. All right. So someone's going to be triggered. All right. I think I've seen him in a different clip. It's Brian. I don't know who they are. Let's see what else we got here.
And then what about, okay, would it be okay for a man to say?
All right, what do we got here? Oh, Helmet Girl. And a bunch of strangers. Okay.
Say women should cook for men.
My dad's like that, and
if they're good at it, that would be nice. But I don't know. Should is an ought claim, and I don't know. Should they? Ought they? Someone here is gonna disagree.
I always tell him off on it with my mom.
You tell him off?
Yeah, I tell him off. I said, like, once he tried to make me like serve my brother, and I said no, he could get up and do it himself. I'm not gonna serve him. And I'm not gonna cook for a man that says woman needs to cook for him. Like, if I do it kind-heartedly and I want to do it for him because he's a good man, I'll do it. But I'm not gonna do it just because he's a man.
I think that
well, but why then should a man pay for a first date just because he's a man and you're a woman?
It's just the way I feel.
It's how you feel.
That's just the way I feel.
It's a.
Okay, so.
Yeah, this kind of crap is obnoxious. women work too now, it's 50-50, or there's some kind of reciprocity. Like, this does get annoying. This kind of attitude. This is a very, very young girl, though. Like, honestly, like, who cares what she thinks?
So you're fine with the statement, men should pay for first dates, but you're not fine with the statement,
For a first
women,
date,
hold
pay
on,
for it.
Hold on. Women should cook for men. You're not fine with that statement.
No.
Why?
Because I've seen the way, like, my mom, like, she's so submissive, and it annoys me. I'm not going to do that.
Wait, it annoys you that your mom is submissive?
And that way that she will, like, immediately get up, serve a plate.
Does she do it happily?
Yeah, is she happy?
Yeah, she probably is. Like, I have a stepmom who it is.
Let her answer the
That
question.
is how she
Let me
loves.
answer.
Yeah, let her
That's
answer.
Go
her
ahead.
life, her background.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you ask it again? I got, like, lost my...
Is your mom
Is she
happy with that arrangement?
Is she happy?
Yeah, is she happy with the arrangement?
To each their own. I don't... is she?
She is?
You know, yeah. If there's
Does
a
she,
thing.
like, does she nag about the things that your father
she
asks?
does.
Okay, so she's not happy.
Yeah.
She's happy with him, but that part, like, you know,
Right, yeah.
when I'm talking about like in his Hispanic perspective, that's like expected. A
Yeah.
man is like,
Wait, question. Does your mom, is she like work at all, or is she stay at home?
she stay at home.
And your father, they're still married, right?
They're still married.
Your father, he's the sole breadwinner of the household?
Yeah.
Do you mind saying what he does for work?
He's a manager.
Manager. Okay. Is he successful or doing well? Like taking
He
care of
provides
family?
for. I have 5
Okay.
siblings. He's provided for us.
Okay. So, but she doesn't like it when he says, "Hey, can you cook for me?" But he's the sole breadwinner.
She's not complaining, but she's not complaining about that.
Oh.
It's more of me complaining about it, but
Why?
I've seen it because I've seen that like try to get reinforced onto me.
If your father decided, do you have siblings?
5.
5 siblings, and sole breadwinner, right? One income. If your father was like, "Well, I just don't feel like going to work anymore," would you question that decision?
Absolutely, because he's not the man to do
So,
that.
but if it's his role to be the provider and go to work, wouldn't it be your mom's role to manage the household?
Yeah.
How much hours a week do you think he works? 50?
Yeah.
Does he have 2 jobs?
No, just one.
Just one job? Works Monday through Friday?
Yeah. Well,
Does he work full time? He works full time.
Full time.
Okay. So just to be clear, you have no objections to him being a slave to the labor market, but you do object to your mother cooking for her family.
I never said that.
Yeah.
Or you object to
She's
the,
coming
hold on,
from a different life
hold on.
experience.
Yeah.
Just stop. Okay. So you object to the expectation that your father has on your mother, his wife, to cook.
To the extremity that he does it, yes.
How does he?
Well,
is he eating
it's like
multiple dinners a night?
It has to be done. If it's not done by the time he's off of work, he gets annoyed. She's worried, like, if we're out doing something, it's, oh, I have to be home in time to cook for your dad. So I just wouldn't want that type of...
And cook for the family too, right?
Cook for the family too, yeah.
Okay.
So would you...
Just one last thing. One last thing. Okay. So do you think that if your father stopped working, do you think that your mother, his wife, would find that annoying?
She would find a job.
You don't think they would cause relationship problems if he just decided to not do his role?
He had a knee problem. She was immediately like about to start.
I don't think this girl really has any understanding of her family's dynamic at all. That's pretty clear. And she's really young, and she just like has the whole like strong, independent 20-year-old woman who's not strong or independent vibe. You know, it is what it is.
Working, so.
Okay, but if he just said, I just don't really feel like
that is
working
a little
anymore.
different.
What?
That's different than like a health issue.
Yeah.
Sorry, different than like a health reason.
It's like a health reason versus like a character flaw.
Yeah, well, character flaw, then yeah.
She didn't
I
never
mean-
say that her mom was like super unhappy with the arrangement.
Yeah, I never
she
said my
she
mom's
doesn't want
ready
it
for
imposed on
divorce.
her.
I just said that I don't want that.
She doesn't want that
enforced on me.
forced on her
But
for
she
her
wants
lifestyle.
the man to be a traditional.
It's pay for one date. I'm not asking for a hand in marriage. Pay for a date. I'm what, 19? I'm 19 about
Well,
it.
so it's like you're trying
We're
to
going
pick
on
and
a
choose.
movie date. I'm not asking him
You're
for a
picking
Lamborghini.
and choosing the traditional man treatment that you want.
I feel like
So like you kind of have your.
Yeah, it's pretty nonsensical, but also it's not that fucking deep. Like, she's young, she'll figure it out, or she won't. Bummer.
The man who is going to be a traditional guy who is going to want to pay for a first date is also going to ask of you those traditional things that men will want.
And I feel like this goes more off of my previous answer on like the wanting a family and a marriage and everything over a career and education. So that should just like show you my viewpoint.
I'm just saying, like, if you're not looking for the traditional relationship, like, I'm not saying like you don't want a man, but you're not looking for a man who's going to be a leader, who's asking you to submit to him, his leadership.
I never
if you're
said
not
that.
looking for that,
I never
then
said that.
oh, so you are looking for that.
I never said that either. I just said I don't.
Well, okay, so from all of the conversation that we've had,
Mhm.
you've very much suggested that you're against female submission to their partner. So
That you
is
would
that
wanna be a housewife.
We spoke about
and-
cooking.
you,
No, but
you said specifically you were turned off by the word submission, like my mom submits to my dad and it kind of like irks me. That's you
That's
said
in the
that.
context of her, because we don't know what her life and her upbringing was like. Just like you
it
guys.
doesn't really matter.
It does matter
It
so
it
much
plays a
because in your
gigantic
family
role
you
'cause
have
that's my
respectful
opinion
parents.
formed
Hey,
based on
No,
my
no,
life
okay. If someone says, regardless of how they were brought up, regardless of their history, it irks me that my mom submits to my dad.
That's a
But that's
personal
coming in her
opinion.
context. It's not just an off the cuff.
Yeah.
But
well, we
it
also
doesn't
know in the
matter.
context that it
You
seems
saw
like
loving
they,
parents, and you got a great example
well,
of what
so from what we've
mutuality
talked
is.
about,
But
it seems like that her parents have a pretty good relationship. That her mom's not miserable. Like
well,
that
and
she
she's not going to say
Still
that in
married.
public, but people stay for multiple different reasons.
But that's you making an assumption that there could be some
No, I'm
crazy
speaking from
backstory.
experience
No, but you're
because-
speaking from
Okay,
experience
well
on
you
her.
can't apply
I'm
your
speaking from experience coming
to
from a
that
large
relation-
family.
Damn, this chick is projecting hard. She should stop talking.
And also first generation.
You're talking about
also
her
a very
story.
submissive
Just let her
culture.
finish.
Like, I know, and I see her struggling to articulate herself because she's a little bit younger. She hasn't had to argue her viewpoint, but I know how big of a turn
She doesn't have a viewpoint.
off it was to me to see like my dad talking to my mom in a demeaning maybe tone just
What a
because
silly
he was
place to
raised
cut
that
the
way.
clip.
Is your dad being demeaning towards your mom?
When we talk about cooking and that was the whole topic, yeah.
So there are things
is
that
it- or is
people
it your
come to the table
perception?
with, and it's not.
But it could
Okay.
be.
That was so pointless to watch. The title was way more interesting than the actual clip. Oh, okay. This one could be interesting. 20 minutes long, so we'll actually get somewhere with it.
Yeah, you're not.
This chick's stats, I think they meant to say starts, but he wrote stats. This chick's stats picking a fight, all caps, with everyone. All right. Oh, this is the same group, except for she wasn't here last time. Oh, does she get kicked? Or does she leave? Let's find out. Let's find out together.
Obligated to date a guy just because he's nice. You know,
That's true. What if
Sure,
Okay.
but the complaint.
it's your own
No,
it's your own personal.
The complaint was like, oh, no guys want to actually take a relationship
Yeah,
seriously.
but if you don't
Women
if
want,
you
but oh, go ahead.
But I'm gonna friend zone the guys who probably are more serious than the rest.
right, because women, if they don't want to, women either want to don't see a guy as a human being, or they want to ruin their lives over a guy. And is that so wrong? Is that our fault?
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think that's accurate either. That sounded like a crazy sentence.
I would not agree.
Yeah, I would
You guys wouldn't agree? You guys,
do all that, ruin your life over a man or ruin his. I don't know what you even said, but that's,
Yeah, women are dogs.
totally inaccurate.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not true. I'm just saying.
You heard it here first, folks.
You know,
Do not judge all women based
either you would ruin your life over a man, or you don't even see him as a person.
Or you would have
Has
a
there- has
healthy,
there even been
functioning relationship. Imagine that.
Well, maybe you're not Latina. I'm Latina, and so that's how I feel.
Latina
That's a
too.
terrible way to put it.
I don't think.
Yeah,
All
seriously.
Mexicans are dysfunctional in relationships.
Yeah.
Don't
They
you
just
know
wanna
this?
ruin their own
Come
lives
on.
He's being sarcastic about
This isn't true.
Sarcasm,
I'm just
folks.
saying.
Just because you live a life of dysfunction does not mean that all women
I don't live
or
a life of
Latinas do.
dysfunction. I live a life of great function.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Also, like, this whole trope of like, well, I'm a fiery Latina. Like that's.
I'm not saying that. Listen,
There's plenty of Latina women who are like.
Name five. Name five of them.
In healthy relationships.
Really?
She just said her mother. Yeah.
Do
two
you
moms,
know
two
'em?
moms, right there.
Do you know them?
I want to ask the two other Latina. Wait, are you Latina? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you guys have to say about? Are you gonna let her slander?
I
The Latin culture.
It's like one of those like stereotypes that some people
100%.
like to feed into and other people like don't, and I really don't think it's accurate, and I specifically don't like to feed into it.
Someone says,
What do you
are her
think?
parents
I think some
illegal?
guys,
They may
like-
be deported next year,
My-
Trump
Okay.
2024.
What do you think?
I think
What a dog you are.
Some
What a
guys
dog.
fetishize it, and like, you might be one of those people who feed into that like fetish. Of like,
Well, he'd been deporting. Not all legally either.
I'm spicy.
I don't know what
I'm
it's like on the
fiery,
south side of Chicago.
It's probably
but
a white
here,
guy.
None
It's
of you
rough.
guys know what it's like in the south side of Chicago.
I do. I have plenty of friends out there.
Really? What part?
Well, some of them live in Niles, and some of them legitimately
not
grew up
Chicago
in the south
proper.
side of Chicago.
That's not Niles is not Chicago proper.
Okay, not
Can
Niles
you tilt your
because
mic
they
down a little bit?
they've moved
Like
out
this?
of there.
A
But
little less.
Like
Yeah,
this?
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Great.
Proud of you.
Great.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
What about you? Your relationship status?
I've been single my whole life.
This is
What's the
they're
longest
doing
period of time that you've
relationship
seen
status.
anybody?
It was definitely one-sided, like just between me. He definitely didn't like me, but I kept like, basically like.
Wait,
kind
he
of,
didn't like you?
No, definitely
But you
not.
liked him?
Yeah.
It was like a one.
See, it's like that quote saying like, he's not talking to you, he's responding. That was my whole life, whole senior year.
Okay. And so you were like in this whatever it was. For...
Like it was like a situationship for like 2 weeks, and then I was like coming to college, and I'm like, he didn't take me serious all year. You know what?
Wait, 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks. It was literally 2 weeks.
Well, how long were you talking to him though?
For 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks.
You've only crushed on a guy. You've only crushed on a guy for like 2 weeks. Like there was no one in
I
high
had a
school
crush on
that
him
you.
all senior year, but he didn't like me back just till like the end of senior year, and I was like kind of like.
At that point,
But
I
you've
got bored of
never-
it. Honestly, I did get bored of it, and I ghosted him.
But you're beautiful. You've never had a guy that was like really interested in you that you like entertained and talked to and kind of got to know.
I've been on like one date, but after that, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't see anything.
Would you say you're kind of picky or?
Yeah, definitely.
In what way? Like, what are your standards?
I like a cool guy. Like,
Well, that's
like
that's
a bad
cool.
boy
Like,
guy.
Like
An
this, if that's a person.
Like this.
Like she's going off vibes, and there's nothing wrong with
yeah,
that.
surfer skater guy. It's definitely my type.
That's cool. Yeah.
This girl was weird and annoying and immature in the last clip we watched too. So
Skater boy.
And
A surfer
San
skater
Diego,
boy
so
would not
it's not
provide
But-
for you.
she
No?
can't be the one that picks a fight with
college, you're
everyone.
like-
I feel
I go
like
to
that's
UCSF
got to be this new one here.
Yeah. I think with girls who are in college, I don't think they're super preoccupied with like the
Yeah.
guy's
Yeah.
income. And
Yes.
You're just dating.
Well, everybody's just getting started at that time.
Yeah, everyone's
It's not as important.
Okay, so, surfer. Do they have to be tall?
Yeah, I'm
How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
So like bare minimum height. What are we talking?
Like 5'9".
Oh, that's
not
reasonable.
unreasonable.
Okay. That's like the average male height.
That's not
fair.
unreasonable.
That's
good.
I'll just say when you get older, that may change because
Do they shrink?
no, it's just great question.
They do actually.
No, but you're
coming from a
that's the
nurse.
thing.
They do.
You think that you're gonna settle when you're younger? Holy God, you'll settle a lot more when you're older. And I'm telling you,
I
like,
disagree.
No, you will because the options
I don't think
that
she's
you think
unreasonable. Like 5'9".
No, it's not unreasonable. Sorry, that
5'9" is
trapped.
pretty
But
reasonable.
it's not unreasonable.
Yeah, we can give her that. 5'9's the average height for male, I think in America. Or 5'8", 5'8" or 5'9".
Reasonable. It's just, I don't know.
Why should we tell women to settle? We shouldn't tell women to settle.
No, but realistically, everyone's going to settle for something.
Why is
no one's
that?
Because no one's perfect. You'll never find the person who.
That's not true. You might just find them.
I don't think there's a settle. I think it's compromise.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I
what are
mean.
your negotiables? What are your non-negotiables?
I think women don't even know what they want going in. I think women they'll find something and then they'll see that this is what they like and it'll totally transcend any of the previous expectations.
I think that's a blanket statement that doesn't apply to all women.
And that's why
because I know
relationships
exactly what I
don't
want.
work when people go into it just saying, well, I like this person, I'm attracted to this person. You don't think about your goals or your values or your boundaries or any of those things. And so you have nothing to base a proper relationship on. It's just like, oh, this is fun. And then it fizzles out because it doesn't always stay fun forever.
You speak French?
No, why do I have
okay.
a slightly French accent?
Well, you said you're isn't Toronto? You're in the
I'm in
province
Kingston.
of
I mean, I
Toronto?
could sing a French song, Je suis un pizza, but that's about it.
Okay. Let's go back to
Je suis on pizza. I want a pizza now.
you. Your relationship status?
I am in a relationship. I've been in a relationship for about 1.5 years.
You guys engaged?
No.
Just boyfriend girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
This one. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Mason, what about you? Give us the whole details. The whole details.
All the details.
All the details.
Yes. Okay. So I am single. My longest relationship has been 1 year.
Okay, so he's Mason.
Yeah. I'm not really looking for anybody right now because if I were to find somebody and then get into Air Force Special Warfare, I'd be like, I'll see you in like 2 years.
Yeah.
And that's not conducive to a relationship.
Yeah.
Whole details, though. Whole details.
Whole detail. Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry, Brian. I apologize. I am also a virgin, waiting till marriage.
That's awesome.
I'm a really devout Christian, so that's really important to me. And
All right,
Brian,
buddy.
Is my
There you go. That's the way. That's the way. I didn't do that, but that's not a bad way to live your life. He's setting himself up for a pretty good future there. It looks like he goes to the gym a lot too, so that's good.
a gatekeeper to make sure that I find somebody who is also a virgin.
Oh my God, he's your chastity belt.
He is my
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, Brian is his chastity belt.
Deal
chastity
breaker?
belt.
Is that a
That's
deal breaker
nuts.
for you? They have to be a virgin?
They
Or like,
well, it depends who you ask. I think Mason's
How are
a
you
bit
gonna
more
find
forgiving.
out?
yeah.
What do you mean?
Like,
Is that like his
he's-
first date question?
Asking, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. My lawyer would say that they have to be a virgin.
I will respond on his behalf as his counsel. As his counsel.
Wait, that's kind of hot.
What's hot?
like you taking care of his chastity belt, like you holding the
it's
key.
hot.
Yeah, I would say it is. Would
Like, it
anybody
turns-
agree?
like, it
Would
turns
somebody
you-
would a
it
brave
turns
soul
you
agree
on?
with me? Have you guys seen Challengers, the movie Challengers with
I have
with
no idea.
Zendaya and Mike Face?
This chick is all over the place.
No.
Okay.
so
Yeah.
what if...
Direct any questions
so
towards
if
me,
she
not my client.
was
Yes.
not always a Christian, became a Christian, and is now celibate, is that still no?
Counsel? No.
Well, she has to be Christian.
Right. Okay.
She has to be Christian.
And is like recommitted.
Are you Protestant? What are you?
Yeah, I'm Protestant.
Orthodox?
No, I'm
Catholic?
not Orthodox.
Okay. All right. So, under certain circumstances, my client would consider dating a woman who's not a virgin. Although that would not be our first negotiating position, he would prefer to date a woman who's a virgin. It's not 100% a deal breaker, but there will have to be additional compensation and consideration if her chastity is not intact. His chastity is. He is waiting until marriage. Is that correct? You're waiting until marriage before
Correct.
you have carnal knowledge of a woman. Is that correct?
Why don't you guys just get at it, you two?
This is a professional relationship. He is my counsel.
Yeah, don't no shenanigans with your lawyer. or whatever they were saying.
Yeah.
We would never ruin this.
Yeah.
With whatever
it's like
you're insinuating.
but like
We're
he's
also both heterosexuals.
Sure, but
Straight
this can all be, you know, you're taking care of him. That's a nice thing.
I have a question. Are
Okay.
you asking her on the first date? Because if you are, how would you find out if there is like compensation?
What is compensation?
Yeah, what are we
what do
in
you
like
expect me to
freaking
do?
Tanzania where there's a bride price?
I got
Like,
this. Hold on.
Let's say
please.
she's like the perfect
Yes.
girl. Like, how are you even gonna find
she's
that out?
perfect
if
in
you're,
every way.
Like,
Wait,
dropping
find
her-
what out?
That she's like the perfect girl. Like, you know what I mean?
A good match.
Like she's a
That
good
her
match.
hymen is intact.
How would you find out if she's a good match if you're like dropping her after finding out she's not a virgin? You know?
Well, look, there's other factors that are involved. You know, obviously look at this physical specimen here. If she's a physical specimen, that would be helpful. Obviously, her Christian values and ethics and morals, very important. You know, her willingness to be cooperative and submissive, because in the Christian faith, you have Christ, husband, wife, children.
Yes.
That's the sort of biblical order. And then what else? What else do we have?
Oh, let's keep going.
What
down
does
that
her
rabbit
BMI
hole, 'cause
have to
grew
be?
up-
I want to know.
I grew
I
up.
grew
Oh
up
no, you might be a bit.
Okay, wait,
no
Mason.
offense.
What's that?
I have a question for Mason.
Hold on.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. I have a plane. Does
You
that
should date
make
this
me
guy.
cool? My wife is awesome and neither of us settled. Do not buy into this woman prattle. There is a reason they are single. Ladies, how may the patriarchy help you today?
Yo, Grid One. Good
What
to see
kind of plane do you
Cringe.
have?
you. Yeah.
I don't know who that guy is, but he is a cringe lord. Holy God. He paid $200 to say, how may the patriarchy help you today? And neg these women because they're single? Jesus Christ. Fucking unhinged.
I don't.
I'll tell you if that makes you cool or not.
Okay.
I mean, I like
Yeah,
the
you're yelling a bit.
patriarchy.
Inside voice, please.
I like the patriarchy.
Wait, let's get back to this. Yo, Grid One. Thank you for the message. She is curious what kind of plane you have.
Sure.
So, are you interested in Grid One?
Not really. Not at all.
He had his
Rip.
wife.
His a
Didn't
wife.
I say
He's
that?
not interested.
He's got a
either.
wife.
He's just showing off his plane.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I had a question for Mason.
Wait, hold on. You had a question first, I think, and then we'll get to you. What was your question again?
Oh, are you asking on the first date?
Asking what?
Like if she's a virgin?
Wait, can I ask you, what if her
Yeah,
hymen
sure.
was broken in a bicycle, on a bicycle?
Wait, hold on. You got to scoot the microphone that
I have heard somewhere most women's hymens are broken long before they ever have sex for the first time.
way. Just once I place it, just leave it where it is. Scoot
Like
it that way.
there?
No, scoot it
Towards you.
towards you. Yep. And then scoot it to your left. There you go. Okay.
I
And
don't
don't
think
touch
that-
it. Don't move it anymore. Okay.
How
Hold on.
about it?
So yeah, he would ask.
How
up
about
front.
if her hymen was broken riding a bicycle?
That
Yeah,
would
women-
not
Or a
count.
horse?
Yes,
She's
if
still a
they're
virgin.
using
Yes.
if they're using tampons or if they're
Yeah.
horse riders, some women don't even without those things don't necessarily have a hymen. You could just hope that they're honest individuals and they
Yes.
just tell you the
Yeah.
truth. I know
It's
that's
the
a
act.
difficult concept for you to grasp.
Why is that a
is
difficult
honesty.
concept for me to grasp?
Well, you seem to be a bit like playing a game. I mean,
Yes.
There's
let's-
been evidence to the
Yeah, I
contrary.
would say so. I think we all.
And
see
which
it.
is it?
Well, your omission when I asked you your relationship status, you weren't just up front and you just didn't.
Well,
just
can I ask you something? Out of all the women that have been on the show, how many have you bagged? You know, because I this is my first time that I've been
Oh boy. Okay. I think it's about to get good. I think we're going to get a kickoff.
to Santa Barbara. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my entire
I don't
life.
see how this is relevant.
I'm gonna make it relevant. This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my entire life. It's seriously gorgeous, and you are in a den taking women to places where it looks like they've gotten caught like shoplifting. And how much?
Bro, what? There's like big windows all around. The sun is shining. You can see palm trees in the background. Everything's bright and white. There's like a bookshop. This does not look like the back office at mall security. What is she talking about?
No, I kind of get that. This looks like a place where you go after you get caught shoplifting at CVS, and they
how
and the
would you know
security-
that?
and the security
Exactly.
takes you. And but this is such a wonderful place. Come on, don't act like you don't know what I mean. And this is the place that you have them in, and you're negging them. And so what's the deal? Why aren't you bagging these women? Why aren't you taking them to bed? That's my question.
I don't think you understand what's happening here.
Wait, I don't?
No, she doesn't.
Well, it's a total non sequitur.
Yes.
Well, maybe because you're Canadian, you may not
My
understand.
Canadianness. I don't understand anything because I'm sorry, guys. It's my Canadian.
Sorry, you know,
She's
she
sorry,
says it with the
guys.
accent.
Sorry.
Sorry. A
I'm
boat?
not-
Like,
I'm
you know,
not-
the whole thing, like, it's a different culture.
All I'm gonna say is I think you're trolling this whole show and like derailing the conversation.
I'm not trolling this whole show. I'm asking honest questions that I have.
You really are.
Yeah,
I'm
so,
sorry.
So I'm not going to address your non sequitur because we're in the midst of a conversation
Yes.
about Mason.
Yes.
Perhaps later on in the
I
show,
was being
I'll
deposed.
engage with you there. But
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yeah, he would probably. Yeah, we'd ask.
Are you
No.
going on the date?
Will you be accompanying every day?
So okay, it's a bit.
You don't have a good
Stop,
answer to the
stop,
question.
Stop interrupting. It's a bit. If girls are interested in Mason, they're DMing him. Mason, do you get a lot of DMs from girls?
I get DMs from females.
I would
He gets a lot of DMs from ladies, and so through the DMs, he can negotiate however he wants. As his acquaintance, his friend, he's certainly welcome to ask me for advice on anything, and I think I have a pretty good eye for, who could potentially be a good match or not. But, this is mostly just a bit for the show. But, I mean, I certainly advise Mason that, given that he's a virgin, it would make sense to me that he can find a girl who's a virgin. He's an attractive guy. He's got good ethics and morals and values, all that. So I don't suspect he'll have any trouble if that's what he desires. I don't think he'll have any trouble finding a virgin, but I don't think it's clear to me that that's 100% a deal breaker for you. Like if you meet a fantastic woman who's had a previous 1, 2, 3 partners, it doesn't
What's the
sound
limit on the body count?
Limit? I would definitely want it below 5. Statistically, 5 or above, you like only a 20% chance of successful marriage.
You've had virgins contact you, correct?
That is not an accurate number. It does go higher, but it's not 20%. But he's right. The higher your body count, the less likely you are to have a successful marriage to a certain point, and then it kind of like narrows out because after a certain number, it just doesn't really matter anymore. But the data on that is it goes up steeply and then it kind of wavers a little, then it goes up again, then it kind of wavers a little. But your likelihood to even get married also goes down. So
Yeah, I definitely have.
Oh, I'm sure.
How old are you?
28.
Okay.
I have a little question
Waiting
though
till marriage.
because
damn, 28 years? Damn, that's commitment.
you were saying about like the dating apps, and I imagine that looking the way you do, you probably have a lot of women who just come to you. But you say like, the dating apps, we should all get off the dating apps and social media. And I do agree. I'd love to be off the dating apps. But how would you advise meeting people when like outside of the dating apps? Because
Go outside and talk to women. Grocery store, concert, the park, dog park, get a dog. But yeah, go outside and talk to a woman.
I found it kind of interesting as, I don't know. Sorry.
Grid One
We'll get back.
Motorsports donated $200.
Oh.
Have a few. The coolest is along easy, not a Cessna. Unemployed mullet girl is completely bad faith and useless. She should plant a tree for the oxygen she wastes daily. Frank Castle. This is Sparta.
This dude is unhinged. Calm down.
If you can tell me how to plant a tree, then I'd be glad to do it. What does he say? Have a few. The coolest is the long, easy, not a Cessna. All right. First of all, a Cessna is great if you have a little plane to yourself that you can fly around the
You don't have the plane to yourself. You have someone else.
Okay,
who
do
has
you
the plane
have
to
one? I'm sorry. You're talking like you're toting a Boeing 47.
I don't
747. You know what I mean?
You know about planes.
Jesus, this chick is unhinged too, though. They deserve each other.
And maybe that's why you're single.
Because I don't chase materialism. It doesn't even make a lick of sense.
Maybe if you did, maybe if you were,
Maybe you should cool your jets and try and learn from other women that have gone ahead of you.
Cool your jets.
Cool my jets.
Yeah, cool your
I'm
jets.
already cooling my jets. I'm in a Cessna 40. I flew here.
You're screaming,
private, for
and
Christ's
how
sake.
much did you have to drink today? Because you're screaming and you're trolling and you're being ridiculous. No offense. I'm sorry. I'm a pretty
sorry.
nice person.
Well, yeah, of course you're sorry because you're Canadian. But listen.
No, because I'm a kind
Listen,
person.
have
I
you
don't
ever read
insult
Have you ever read the book Why Men Love Bitches? Have you ever read it? No.
Oh, we don't. Whoever wrote that book is a moron.
No, because I
No,
have
you
a
haven't
brain.
read it.
I don't need.
There you go.
Fake news.
No. You haven't read it
Yeah, it's fake
true.
news.
We got our guy in the back going. No, I'm serious.
We do
Why
not
Men
love
Love
those.
Bitches. You got to read it. Well, actually, you'd be better off reading like Freudian psychoanalysis
how
or
old
Jungian.
are you?
That's how old are you?
I'm going to be 37 in July, so you should shut your mouth a little bit because I know
Why
a
is
bit
that?
more than you. Why is that? Because I
Well,
was
do
born
you
in
have a husband?
1987. No, I don't.
Okay.
It's by
And
choice.
then that's
It's by choice. I'm waiting
Is it
for
really
the
by
right
choice?
person.
Is
Yes.
it really by choice?
Yes.
No, it's because you're too argumentative and you're pretending
She's
to be.
argumentative.
Who's argumentative? What?
No, and
Please, trolling.
because you're pretending
I'm trying to get
like
the
not
conversation
care.
back on track because we all came here to have a discussion about relationships, and you're fucking derailing everything. And I
All
would
right,
like
well,
you to
don't say
shut
the
your
F word.
mouth.
That's not very nice.
I can do whatever the hell I damn well please.
Oh
I'm
my
telling you
gosh,
right
and
now.
she said the H and the D
Oh
word.
my God.
Goodness
I'm sorry,
gracious.
Like, I'm about ready
Is
to,
she
like,
even from
smash this
Canada?
person. Am I even from Canada? Someone, please, my family, friends who are watching, please vouch for me. Canadian, sue me. God.
All right.
Jeez, I'm sorry. I just can't handle the ridiculousness. We're here to have a conversation. Please stop screaming. Please.
Yeah, this Canadian lady's been talking quite a lot also. Like quite a
Let
lot.
everybody have a conversation without all the insanity.
We're all having a conversation.
No, you're
hon.
having
you're having a
world of your
monologue.
own.
That's
Yes,
very different.
yes.
All right. Well, is it so bad if I have a monologue?
Yes, it is, because
this
you're
is
in my
not
ear
your
having a
show.
monologue.
This is
Yes.
not
All
your
right.
show.
Well, you can move. You can scoot
No,
a
I
little
can't. I
bit.
was assigned here,
We
so
all
I don't
paid
have
a lot
control.
of money
That
to
wasn't my
to lower
doing.
your tone and
It
your
wasn't my
volume.
doing.
That's literally your doing. Nobody
No,
controls
it
your
wasn't my
volume,
doing to
except
have
for
you sat where the place you are.
Anyway,
I'm
so,
sorry that you
we were
guys don't have
talking about
husbands. I'm
virgins.
sorry that I might have one in a year. I'm sorry about
I
that.
can guarantee you
You
whatever
don't have to be
marriage
sorry. I'm sorry for your
relationship you get
husband, for your
Pilot
future
that you
husband.
paid to take
Yeah,
you
I'm
here.
sorry.
I
No.
did.
Honey,
wait, yeah,
whatever
sorry,
you
you
get
didn't
into
pay
is
him.
not
I
going to
forgot.
work out because
Yes.
you're a lunatic. You're a raging lunatic.
I may be a lunatic. Some people like that. You got to read the book.
Yeah,
Why Men
the
Love
bad
Bitches.
people like that.
Yeah.
God Almighty, save me! I'm sorry. God.
You're sorry.
Oh,
All
if
right,
she
we
does
get
get
it.
kicked, I don't think we get to see it because
don't have to be
this
disrespectful.
clip's
Yeah, you
almost
are so
over.
disrespectful.
No, because you start.
No,
you first.
Leave the floor to everybody else for
Yes,
a little bit.
please.
Like, can you
Just
just like
stop.
You
watch the
first.
time
It
for
started
5
with
minutes?
them not letting me put on my sunglasses. I mean, I'm blasting for Christ's sake. That's what I do.
You
I
should
my
have read the
sunglasses.
fine print before you
I
came out.
put the. I'm
Blasting
not reading
means
anything. I'm
nothing.
having people read it for me.
Okay.
Oh my good God.
And see, David Treziak,
You know what?
Some,
You are
some
why-
Polish man just donated $10. He's having a great time. Come on, people. We're having a great time having this.
No,
you're
you're
having a
having
great
a world
time by
of your own.
yourself.
And I'm
And
telling
why
you,
aren't you?
You
Because you're
are
in my
what-
ear having the
you
monologue.
They're-
are what is making
they're
women
not
look
helping.
bad.
Hey, we're not.
Like
stop.
continuing
I've
to
never
talk to
met
her.
one girl
Stop,
who
stop,
didn't.
stop. We're not gonna.
Yeah.
Please,
Like,
God,
this is
take
crazy.
control so we don't have to keep doing
Well,
this.
I'm just. I mean, you're big girls. I'm just letting.
I
you
just
guys-
cannot
I've never
deal
met
with
one
that.
girl who
Holy
didn't
moly.
take
Can I ask a question?
That's the MC's job.
Yes, please,
All right, well,
God.
somebody read.
Okay, that was that was crazy. All right, I think we're gonna get to something a little bit more serious now. That was, oh my goodness, that was absurd.
The problem I've always faced is I can never get my words out in the exact way my brain wants to, which is why grammar.
All right.
All right, we've got another whatever podcast clip. This one comes from The Crucible, so it's definitely an Andrew Wilson special. And yeah, let's see. What do we have here? Andrew educates, all caps, college feminist about red flags, all caps, in women. I do not understand the capitalization. I'm starting to think he has the exact same editor as the actual whatever podcast. All right, so here goes nothing. Andrew educates college feminist about red flags in women. Let's see if this is a real education or not. The last time it said he educated someone, nobody got educated at all, for sure.
Andrew, a deal breaker.
For women?
Sure.
I'll give you two easy ones.
Okay.
Cruelty to children and the elderly.
Those are good deal breakers. Yeah, that would be. I wouldn't want to date a woman that was cruel to children or the elderly. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Deal breakers. Massive deal breakers.
Definitely
Yeah,
deal breaker.
this is like for anyone, right?
No, not for anyone.
Definitely
It's
a deal
particularly like, I think you look at the nurturing, or what you consider the nature of a woman to be nurturing. You know, you find some women who talk shit about kids. Maybe you don't, but in these circles you find them all the time. Antinatalist, people like this, actually mock children, mock what they call breeders, mock what they call women who.
Oh yeah. If I meet a woman that uses the term breeder or crotch goblin or anything like that, I'm immediately and forever turned off. That's just disgusting.
Actually take care of their children, mock motherhood. All right. One of the representations of the view that I have, even though feminists hate my guts, is I feel like I represent real women in that worldview better than most, because ultimately what I see over and over and over again from liberal progressive scumbags and from the liberal atheist mind and from the feminist mind is that they are antinatalist.
Hey, now, don't group us all in together like that. All right. Some of us are nice.
They hate children and they hate the elderly, and they mock them incessantly.
Oh, wow.
Constantly. All the time, nonstop. I would say those are the two, if I had to really think about it, the two biggest red flags. Any type of feminist who does any mockery of actual motherhood, that's the biggest red flag. I would run the other direction.
Why did you have to start that with feminist before? Doesn't feminist just someone who wants equality between two genders? Unless that's something crazy.
That's where the mindset
but
stems from.
Wait, can you say that one more time?
Doesn't feminist just mean equality between the two genders?
Is that what that means?
That's it's the definition.
Sure, I'll grant the definition.
Modern.
Is that what it means?
I'm a poli-sci student. Yes.
Sure.
In our classes, it means that someone who's
equality. How?
Legal equality, social equality.
So what's social equality?
It would require a lot of different determinants.
Like the draft, would that be social equality?
Are there any feminists?
I just wanted to ask you. I was asking you why you had to classify
and I'm giving you
feminists.
an example.
No, you're asking
me
more questions.
Of how, well, through the question, it gives you the example of how you can see where feminists in the one side of their mouth will say that we want social equality. Now, the other side of their mouth really are not striving for actual social.
Yeah, she's not the brand of feminism that we like around here.
Social equality. What they're striving for is supremacy, female supremacy. And this is why you constantly see the victimhood, and I see it time and time again, of what I call Schrodinger's feminists, which is, I'm an empowered boss bitch, I'm awesome, but the patriarchy is oppressing me. It's like, well, it can't be both. Either the patriarchy is oppressing you or you're a badass boss bitch CEO. Like, which one is it?
I wouldn't say the patriarchy is legally oppressive.
Well, she just said she's a regular college student, so I don't think she would know.
But I'd say there are societal norms and standards that impact women on their daily lives.
Oh, like
that
what?
Fundamentally impact how they act.
Like what?
Knowing that men play chess and women play checkers. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scared to go talk to a man because they play chess. And now I think I'm not good enough. I have imposter syndrome. Maybe that's my fault for not having a dad. But
keep going.
Here's my question to you.
That was a whole string of nonsense.
Do you know any feminists that are pro-life? Are feminists pro-life?
There are some. There are certainly some that are extremely hesitant to be pro-choice. That's That's for sure. And there's definitely some that are pro-life.
Personally, I'm sure.
Not many though.
I don't know any personally.
they're
but I'm sure there might be.
usually pro-abortion. They're usually for people being able to have abortion. So when he's saying, he's talking about women that display cruelty towards children and
Antinatalism.
even prenatal babies in the womb. It is relevant to say feminists because we know that the feminists are the loudest about aborting unborn babies, and many of them I've literally debated on the streets talk about thinking that it's okay to abort full-term babies. Okay, so when you have women, I talked to a feminist who had literally had babies being eaten by alligator earrings hanging off of her ears, and talking about how wonderful it was to abort all these babies. And I think that it's relevant to talk about feminism because those people are the loudest about being able to abort babies.
I don't think that comes from a place of disliking children or holding animosity towards children. I think it's more
The alligator eating baby earrings don't come from a place of hating children. I hate college liberals because she's a leftist, not a liberal. I just keep reminding myself they're leftists, they're not liberals. They don't believe in liberalism. They're crazy. It is what it is. Moving on.
saying, as a woman, I shouldn't be tied down to this one outcome of raising a family and having a child.
Is that because is that attack your children?
It's all me.
It's putting yourself before the life of a child.
But is that because of the fear of having to take on the responsibility of the child alone, as opposed to getting the support from the father?
Maybe let's say I got pregnant tomorrow. I forgot to take my birth control. Look at me, premarital sex. What a slut. Okay, yeah, but this is just a theoretical. Let's say I got pregnant. You guys would all want me to have it. What about I want to go to law school. I'm a poli-sci major. Okay, but what's wrong with having
this is the point. I'm telling you, this is the point to the red flag. What I'm saying is that the fact that all I heard is me, also me.
Well, a man would be able to do that and not receive any backlash for it, and go to law school and finish law school.
Do you want the answer or not?
Go for it.
So when you go me, I, me, I'll kill the kid because then I can get the shit that I want.
Yeah.
We think of that as being fucking monstrous. We think of it, we think of it literally akin to a monster. A monster is the type of person who would say, I'm going to do shit that I want, give myself the life that I want, get all the material gains that I want, at the expense of killing children. I literally cannot define a monster better than that.
I wish my mom had aborted me. She was a horrible mother. She did not have the money. She did not have the money to take care of me. Now the truth comes out,
doesn't it?
No, it's not because I'm suicidal, but I just...
That's fucking wild. That's crazy. Why is she wearing a cross necklace?
Well, that's really strange.
I just wanted to make a really aggressive point.
You wish your mom would have aborted you.
Can you let me finish my sentences?
But you don't want to unalive yourself. It's so weird.
No. I don't. Okay, but what I'm saying is my mom was not capable financially of raising a child at that time, and it gave me a way shittier life that I have to deal with every day. Oh, I know, me. Yeah, but if she had, she was old. Whatever. But like if someone who was super young who's not financially responsible yet.
Now what if your mother had you but she put you
40.
What if she had you but it put you up for adoption and you were adopted by a very well-off mother and father that gave you
that would have been great, but she wasn't going to do that, and she didn't. I'm saying if I was about to have a kid right now, it would have a horrible life. So I think it would be better off for everyone, not to mention the issues with the foster care system.
Even if you put it for adoption.
I have a friend who's been in the foster care system.
Then why wouldn't you just okay?
And she got adopted.
Let me get this right.
She did not like it.
You don't want to unalive yourself right now, right?
No.
Right now.
Well, I mean.
Because you have a good life, right?
Okay. I have a question.
Well, hang on. Let me finish the line of inquiry. Do you have a good life now?
Do you want to talk to my therapist?
And that's why you don't. Of course you have a therapist, but I'm guessing you don't want to unalive yourself?
I mean, I'm here.
Oh, that doesn't answer the question.
Okay, I didn't mean actually like I wish I was dead. I was saying
But that's what that would be.
In some circumstances, abortion would be better.
Yeah, I get it, but in your case, you said, I wish my mother would have aborted me. This is, I wish my mother would have killed me so I wasn't alive today because my childhood was rough.
Not just that, but yeah, sure.
Well,
I would say that.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
In your example, when you said, because I want to go to law school and if tomorrow I got pregnant, you made the choice to...
This is a terrible argument because there are more couples waiting on the adoption list for newborns than there are abortions. Every aborted child could be adopted by loving parents. As children age in the foster care system, it does become less likely that they're going to be adopted. But as far as couples waiting for newborn children, that waiting list is longer than the number of people that get abortions.
Engage in sex, correct? In this hypothetical. We're just talking about this theoretical that you set up. But don't you think it's a bit absurd to make the most vulnerable person in that entire dynamic the most responsible for your actions and the actions that you engaged in?
The most vulnerable person being the
baby,
the egg that has not even, the semen has not even reached it.
Well,
yet.
if you have an abortion, that
wouldn't be an
abortion.
What if I took a morning after pill?
What if
that's
you did?
not an abortion. That's not the theoretic. That's not the.
But would that be chill vibes with all y'all?
That's not. That's not what we're. That's not what we're.
Okay.
That's not even what you posed.
Let's grant all of those. Okay. At what point is the cutoff for you to abort?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not. I'm a poli-sci major. I'm not a medical. So then who cares?
Right. So then it's a distinction with no merit. If you can't tell us when life.
So then why did you say it's an egg?
If you can't tell us when life begins.
Okay, when the medical people say the heart, whatever is important, I don't know.
The medical people don't tell you when life begins. They can't. It's an ontological question.
There's something in the law that's been demarcated.
Yeah, you know when human life is agreed on for beginning by all scientists on planet Earth.
What is that?
Conception.
By scientists?
By all scientists, yes.
If you take a biology course, that is what
that's human life. There's no way around it.
The moment of conception, when the sperm meets the egg, there's literally a flash of light that happens.
Could we get a camera on that?
It's been documented.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
And what's your name, by the way?
Renee.
Renee, beautiful name. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It's a big pile on. Probably moving on here in a second.
I just want to say, first of all, I'm glad you're here. I have to say that because I really feel sad that you've said that just now. But my question was, you mentioned the financial aspect. Do you think if men took accountability for their actions with the women, both taking accountability that for the child that they've created, that they've helped create, do you think that more women would feel the need to do this? Because you mentioned only a financial concern.
Men don't have choice. They have to take accountability.
I'm just saying.
I didn't mean financially was the only thing. I also think my parents were just both mentally unfit to have a child at all, which I don't want you guys to take that too seriously when I'm like, I wish I was aborted. That's obviously like a talking point. It's obviously a.
Was it a talking point?
Yeah, it was because
then when I followed up,
she got pretty roasted on that talking point. I don't think she should have used that as a talking point. That was not a good talking point.
Do you want to be alive right now? You're like, nah, well,
because I'm funny and people in this day and age don't want to live sometimes. I don't know, but what's it called?
I mean, that sounds.
To answer her question.
Sounds kind of miserable.
It's a joke. To answer her question.
Sounds like cope, not a joke.
I don't mean.
With over 2 billion monthly users,
this one is
YouTube
fascinating.
Ads makes it easy to expand your.
My point that I was trying to make was that there are some circumstances where I just think the parents should not be parents at all. Like it would just be worse for anything that was.
Probably true, but there's always adoption. There's so many other, Even if you were pro-choice, she's not making any of the good arguments for it.
Born, like regardless, like I just think like maybe I don't mean like I don't want to live at all, but like I would have rather been born to a million other different parents, and I know that's impossible and it's a lottery.
Yeah, but
what
I don't understand why these are exclusive positions.
So
you can have horrible parents after the baby is born, and you know what happens? If there's horrible parents, kid gets taken out and placed with another family.
Right.
Same
Not
exact
always.
thing that she just suggested.
Sometimes it's like
that's
just bad.
But here's the thing: you can't always, you can't put an always on it. It's like saying, well, we shouldn't outlaw murder because there's always going to be some murders. Yeah, there are. There's nothing you can do to mitigate.
So are you a relativist
100% everything. That's not relativism. It's the opposite of relativism. It's not even pragmatism. It's recognizing objective reality. That sure, even if you outlaw murder, there's still going to be murders. But these are not exclusive positions. I understand saying, well, you can have bad parents. Yeah, that's true. What does that have to do with aborting children?
maybe some parents know that they would be bad
They
parents
don't
at the
have
time.
to keep
and
the
would
child.
abort
They
Why
can put
wouldn't
the
they
child
be?
for adoption.
Why wouldn't
the foster care system is
No,
awful. I'm
adoption
sorry.
is not the same as
It's not-
the
that's not
foster
foster
care
care.
system.
Okay,
why are
maybe they
people-
don't
Not
have
only
anyone
that,
who's
but,
ready
you
to
know-
adopt.
Why are people who are not prepared to take the consequences of their actions having sex to begin with? Because then you are blaming.
Because of the sexual revolution, which essentially I think probably is the biggest factor in society's devolution to the point that we're at now.
The child for the consequences of your actions, like the miss over there said, that you're putting the full onus of the consequence on that unborn baby because you chose to be irresponsible. That is a reactionary response. And I would say that a man is just as dangerous as a woman who decides to abort the child, but it in no way would benefit you to even be with somebody, a man especially, who tells you, yeah, I want to kill my own child. That man can't be trusted to take care of you either. So in what way, for what reason does it make sense to punish a child because you choose to be irresponsible in your own day-to-day life and that man? That is the most feminine thing I could
Maybe
even
you're not
think of.
punishing the child, you're saving the child.
By murdering it.
Yes, by the life it would have
Yes?
had if it was
Yes?
born.
Wait,
You're
what?
saving it from the life it would have had.
Yeah, it's oh my goodness, these are the worst pro-choice arguments ever. They're terrible.
If it was born.
How benevolent of you.
Yes.
That's why the
killing it.
So where's
now
the-
this is why the benevolent patriarchy must exist. Because if we left it to people like you say, you know, the most benevolent thing we could do is fucking kill you. That's literally your line of
If
logic.
there were
here.
better like welfare societal systems in place, maybe
How about responsible men?
for
Oh,
children.
it's just that we don't have enough welfare.
Yeah.
Which demographic would you thought, if you had to think about it, takes up a huge majority of welfare funds?
Single mothers.
Oh, I thought we just didn't have enough of a welfare system, but they're getting tons of cash from the welfare system. What the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't the welfare system actually incentivize the degradation of the family unit?
Especially in particular communities, yes.
What about you?
Yeah, those were atrocious arguments, but you know, it is what it is. You can't win them all. And she's young. She doesn't know what the hell's going on yet. But yeah, that's that. We have a short one. She's a mom and an escort by choice. Escort in all caps because that's just how they roll here. You know, gotta put a emphasis on one of the words. But yeah, that's that. So whatever podcast, she is a mom and an escort by choice, and we're gonna find out who it is. Let's see, who do we think it is? This girl looks like she's about to talk. So maybe her. They're all kind of looking this way also. It's got to be one of these. Someone in this area. I'm going to guess her just because she looks like she's about to talk. The other ones don't look like they're about to talk. So, yeah, let's see. We'll see if I'm right.
I'm single, technically. I'm in the
Technically? What does that mean?
talking stage, kinda-ish situationship thing going on. I was married to a trick, actually, for 3 years. And a man who pays girls, basically.
A what? A what?
A pimp.
Is that outside?
Not a pimp. Not a pimp. No. Like, I mean, it don't have to be. A trick doesn't have to be that though. It can be like just a man who pays. Like, a pimp doesn't pay.
I'm so confused.
So
it's a sugar daddy.
Doesn't he pay the women bring them the money and then he pays them out?
What are you talking about? That's not a trick.
Oh, look, it's a Q episode. Oh, I think we saw a clip from this one before. Hi, Q.
Which is a trick, no?
No, a trick and a pimp is two different things.
Two different things.
A trick is who
every day.
Look, a trick is who pay you.
Yeah.
A pimp is who take your money.
So you dated a man
Like a sugar daddy, kind of. Like a sugar daddy, kind of.
It's a sugar daddy.
Yeah.
Sugar daddy.
But basically, we're not together anymore, clearly. It was a 3-year
She was
thing.
married?
He was a
To it. Did he keep paying her while they were married? I am so confused. I'm completely lost.
Basically, but yeah, I had his kids too, and yeah.
Oh, so you have kids?
Yes.
How many?
3.
3 from the same guy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
From her sugar daddy or
kids.
her husband?
And longest
I'm so
relationship?
confused.
3 years.
3 years. Okay. 3 years. Kids. How old are the kids?
5, 4, and 1.5.
Okay, got it. Why did the
okay, so they can't all be from him then.
relationship and the 3-year one's the one with the? Were you guys married?
5, 4, 1.5. Yes, we were married. We did get an annulment.
Killer of serial lol paladins donated $100. How does a trick cheat? Does that mean he started paying another woman?
No, he actually turned into a femboy, and yes.
What? He turned gay?
And he liked both, and he turned into a femboy.
This story is going all over the place.
And he started wearing skirts and stuff like that, like you know.
Baby daddy.
What?
And I got very uncomfortable, but it's like only because he didn't tell me this beforehand. Like, you know, we had met in high school and stuff like that. But yeah, he cheated because he was going after other people. Like,
so he was going after men.
He was going after both, but yes.
Mainly men.
Yes.
Huh?
This is so confusing.
I ended it. I made him leave basically one weekend. I said, "You're out of my house."
Wait, question. Were you escorting prior to meeting him?
No, I was just doing online content before that.
Were you escorting while you were with him?
I did once or twice, but I stopped. But it was like, I mean, when you allow somebody to do something, it's like.
Oh, he let you.
Yeah, he let me do it.
He was fine with you, like sleeping with other men.
Of course, she was bringing.
Because then he was thinking about the money. He didn't have a job. He didn't have no job.
You know, I was paying all my bills.
Are you
and
okay?
stuff.
So she's obviously.
Girl, I'm so sorry. Girl, I wouldn't want to fucking
But
cry.
by the way, that's not an escort. That's a prostitute.
Like, I know it might be like a laughing matter now, but God fucking damn.
This is crazy. This is wild. I can't believe people live like this. This is absurd.
Hell nah. I would have beat his ass. He would have
no,
thought
trust
twice.
me.
He would have thought twice after wearing a fucking skirt around me.
Girl, I'm so
that shit
sorry.
just pissed me off for you. Do you need revenge?
You know what's funny? He lives in Wisconsin and stuff with this girl who hexes Furbies, like what we used to have as kids. Y'all know what Furbies are, right?
Furbies?
She says she curses and hexes them and sends them to people, basically.
Who's she?
Oh,
His
she
new
was good.
girlfriend, his new fiance, who he got together right after he left my house.
Wait, he has a fiance?
Yes.
And it's a woman?
Yes.
Psycho donated
I thought he was into men.
$69.
He likes both.
You put out the
Yeah, are any of them listening? I don't think any of them are listening.
304 signal in the sky for this panel, didn't you, Brian?
We use Strumpet.
Oh wait, so
We use Strumpet over here. Thank you, Psycho. Appreciate it.
so
Strumpet.
he was cheating on
The
you.
Strumpet signal.
My
Go
love
ahead.
life is terrible.
So he was cheating
It's
on
okay.
you.
No, it's okay. Like, how are you doing now, though? Am I able to ask questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
How are you doing now? Like, besides all that, like, how are you doing?
Good. It's just me and my girls now, and we're chilling. Going through life every day. I live in New York City, so it's something every day. It's fun. Yes.
Let me
Now that you're dating and you're so you have children. You have children. Now that you're back in the dating scene, how quick are you going to introduce these new guys that you're dating to your children?
Ooh, that's
I don't believe in that, so I'm
It took
sorry,
me
but
a
you're
really
not.
long
You're not a
time.
stepdad. You're not the father. Sorry,
Oh, so
but
you-
I play the mom and the dad.
Well,
So
you can't be
I play
a
both roles.
dad because you're a mom, and you can only be a mom. But are you going to find a good man to teach your children how to be treated like a man?
Yeah,
or
of
by a
course.
man?
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah,
took me almost a
eventually.
year for my ex to meet my children.
No, yeah, I
Eventually,
feel like
but
that's
I'm
a good
not.
time frame
Yeah.
as far as like, because my daughter, she's about to be 7, so she knows like she's very conscious of everything. So if she sees how a man is treating me, she's not gonna like that.
Yeah,
so.
because
So is
children
my
are
oldest.
sponges. So if
They
you
watch. They watch the entire time. My oldest daughter will repeat anything you say. She'll listen to everything.
Yeah.
Like
But at one point you will introduce.
eventually,
Okay,
yes.
just not right now.
Girl, all I gotta say is, remember how you was raised. How
Yes.
you seen a father figure.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
how you lean off with your children. Don't worry about
course.
showing them about no nigga.
Do you guys have
Like at the end of the day, bro,
positive-
let me just say something. At the end of the day, if your daughters, because you got daughters, you ain't got no sons, so if your daughters see you doing what you got to do as a woman by yourself and no man in the house, they gonna feel like they ain't really gotta have one. They don't really gotta need one. So on your own timing, when you feel like it's right to bring a man around your daughters, do that. Don't have multiple niggas around your daughters. No, don't do that.
No.
Just like, and don't ever feel like you gotta wonder when you gonna have that man to be around your kids to show them what a man's supposed to be like. Because if they seeing their mama being independent and being strong and getting through it, and when they get older and you able to talk to them about what you went through, then that's respect.
Medium advice. It gets really tricky with single parents because every time you bring a new person into the house, the risk of abuse to the kids, the highest abuse rate of any situation ever is a single mom that brings men into the house. That is the number one. It's not even close. Worst outcomes for the kids. So yeah, you gotta be super careful. But on the other hand, you also need some kind of male figure to teach your daughters how men are supposed to treat women, or they'll end up dating terrible men. This is just like how this works. Like it's nearly a 1-for-1. But yeah, it's tricky. I think she's giving like medium advice.
Respect. A man don't got nothing to do with being a daughter, and we all know that. We do be wanting our dad love, we do. But when if we see your mom coming in the house with different niggas, we gonna do the same thing.
Yes.
So just respectfully do everything on your own time, and shit happen for a reason, but do everything on your own time and don't worry about no nigga. That's all I'm gonna say. Because first of all, a nigga with a skirt wearing a skirt would have blew me.
Hey, a woman doesn't need no
hit with a
man.
pan with grease.
Uzi be wearing skirts?
Girl, Uzi ain't my nigga.
No, you're right.
But like, if it was mine, I would just, let's have a one-on-one conversation. Like, how are you doing mentally? But Brian, I'm sorry, the neck thing had me hooked for a minute. You said I got neck problems.
I got it bad. My neck hurts.
That is
Wait, I have a question. Did you guys grow up with a positive father figure at home?
Most definitely.
I did, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It don't be daddy issues.
It's not.
So what do it be?
I don't have that.
I don't even.
Cause I ain't gonna lie. Okay, look. Can we just ask a quick? Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Because you guys are both escorts. Like, I don't have no disrespect towards y'all, because everybody grew up a different way. But what made y'all feel like that? Like, what?
Well, there's two
Because I know
escorts.
it's not daddy issues. So is it relationship issues that made you feel like you gotta sell? Like,
Who's the other
No,
one?
I just meet a lot of people. I like going clubbing. I like going out partying. I like anything to do with being my off time from once my kids go to sleep, I'm off work, whatever. Like, I like to go out. Like, I like to have fun too. I'm not just a mom full time. Like,
she's a fun girl.
Like, I'm fun, but I'm there for my kids.
So
no, I'm a homebody.
So you're fun and you're there for your kids, but you go
Oh,
out
okay,
at
sure
night
one.
and you
Yeah,
party
weekends,
like crazy.
yes.
So
But
when you
that's
come
fine,
home, are you
yes.
waking up to your children
That is
over, or are you
freaking
just
wild.
sleeping and letting them be on a TV?
I usually don't drink. I actually try not to. I smoke. So.
Do you smoke a lot to the point where it affects your children?
No, I feel like
girl,
it makes me a better parent.
first of all,
Weed doesn't affect your
my
identity.
mama, my people smoke weed, and I don't smoke a lick of weed. So weed ain't got nothing to do with it. Hangovers ain't got nothing to do with it. I was really asking the question like, what made y'all lead into escorting? Like,
okay,
what
she
made y'all?
escorts. I just do
Can
online
I just? I want you to answer first and then second. Like, cause look, listen to me. Hear me out. I've heard different experiences, so I just want to know like what kind of led. It don't have to get too emotional. Like, what just made your mindset like, oh, this is okay to do? Like, I get it, cause I see the memes and I seen the different posts. Like, you feel me? Like, I swear, Instagram and social media can make it seem like it's so like respectful.
Glamorous. Yeah.
Yeah, like oh, I got my daddy and I got this and I got that. But like, like, is that how you felt? Like, you feel like fuck it, like. If you want my time, pay for it. I'll bend over for you if you want it. Just pay me, like whatever.
Oh, okay, we're not gonna get to listen to the answer, I guess.
Okay, so that's what she does. I just do online and I record it with whoever I'm dating at the time or situation, whatever.
Oh,
yeah, I don't do
so she's not an escort. She just does
that,
OnlyFans.
but I did it because I didn't have nobody to watch my older daughter, so I found a job that I could stay home and provide.
Period.
So that's just what I do.
Here, we do have to keep it moving.
Yeah, let's keep it moving, Brian. That was wild. That was the craziest. That was Jesus. World is cooked. Society's cooked. It's just okay. Oh, are we gonna do another man bear one? No, we're gonna. What do we want to do next? A 17-year-old serial killer. All right, we're gonna end it with a funny one, I think. Just based off of the title, I have decided that it's a funny one. The Bow. What is this about? Doing that's a little longer. They get triggered when Brian mentions his type. All right, so this one is another whatever podcast clip. They get triggered when Brian mentions his type. Okay. Oh, I think we saw this panel. This had, yeah, we got Angelic over here. We got the fitness girl, the girl that got angry about the bear. Q, helmet girl without a helmet. All right.
So, personality-wise, can you pull up the video, Nick? The bowing video.
The bowing video.
This will segue to the personality stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh boy.
All right, play that shit. Boom. Did you see that bow? Look at this, and look how attentive she is. Right? Waiting for me in my penthouse apartment. Attentive, doing my laundry. Dinner's ready, running around.
Oh my god.
You know, she's getting me a beer.
Okay. Oh, that looks bomb.
Stirring my noodles.
Stirring the noodles.
Beatin Cheeks donated $199.
Yeah.
Whatever Brian and Q
Hey, you know,
women,
if you're gonna be the big old
Us
breadwinner, penthouse apartment, she don't have to do anything, then hey, you might get a girl like that.
Men are in our soft guy era. Preferences are have a career, weigh under 125 pounds, own their home, car, make 7 figures yearly. Drizzle, drizzle.
Drizzle, drizzle.
Drizzle, drizzle.
Soft guy era.
Oh boy.
Soft guy summer. We up. Yo, Bean Cheeks. Good to see you in the chat, man. It's been a while. Drizzle, drizzle, dude. Play the bow really quick one more time. Boom. She's got to be down to bow.
That's fascinating. She
Like
has
first
to
date,
bow.
Just hit me with a bow.
That's
Doesn't ma- and
weird. I don't want the bow. I want the run and the jump into my arms. That's what I want. Not a bow. It's cringy behavior.
Not for McDonald's.
Yeah.
Put in some effort, and then we'll talk.
So yeah, she's got to be willing to bow. Let's see what else.
Yeah, no bow for
personality. Okay, here
McDonald's.
we go. I'll
That's
just
crazy.
blast the personality. Moderate preference for introverted women, quiet, calm, soft-spoken, slightly endearingly awkward is cool, I guess.
Hey,
a little bit shy, a little
wonderful.
bit nerdy.
Thanks for joining the chat. Yeah.
And actually, once like a shy introverted person gets comfortable around you, their personality.
You messaged that during
does
the
tend to
escort
blossom.
episode. That
Honesty
was
is
rough.
huge,
Extremely
both in
rough.
Personality and appearance.
I
don't like big egos.
Sorry, I didn't notice your chat
super
until
vain,
right
diva
now. I don't
shit.
have them pop up
Brings
on
me peace. Doesn't quarrel.
my main
doesn't
screen
party,
here.
Doesn't drink. Doesn't do drugs. Doesn't go to bars or clubs. Low
But-
body count.
Yeah.
No current.
That episode was or that clip, sorry. That clip was fascinating. That was a wild story. And yeah, they just those poor kids, they're not going to have any positive role models at all. I mean, their mom goes out clubbing and I guess she said not drinking, but she goes out clubbing while they're asleep in New York, I think she said. And then she escorts on the side. Like that's a wild situation to be in. Certainly super unfortunate.
Or past promiscuity. Undivided romantic and sexual attention. The earlier, the better. I wrote down has a praise kink. I don't know. Okay. A girl who helps me in my mission. Someone who's attentive. And really the big thing though is if you're just down to like non-stop back scratches and massages, boom, you got me. Easy, easy. And that's pretty much it. Any objections there?
The bowing is crazy, Brian.
Is it?
Why?
Tell me why.
I don't think it's crazy.
Why do you want somebody to bow so badly?
I don't think it's crazy. It's a little bit odd in like the United States. That would be a little weird. I feel like there's places where bowing is like more normal. I want the run and the jump and like you land like right here and I just grab and then we'll do the chopsticks with the other hand to eat dinner. That's what I want.
What do you mean?
I don't need to
I
bow.
know it's going to come back to the topic of submission.
Wait, speak straight into the mic, but go ahead.
I know it's going to come back
But
to the
all
topic
of the things are submission. I mean, it's...
And that is, submission comes straight from the Bible. The Bible...
I wouldn't look at this
They bow in the Bible. They bow in the church, for sure.
from a religious perspective. I would look at this from a secular perspective.
But then where do you
I don't
get
know how
submission
strong of a
from?
secular argument there is for this.
You can, I mean...
Submission is in nature.
Yeah.
Where in nature?
In mammalian species.
You don't think that there's submissive atheist women?
I'm sure there is, but I think it is in more times than not very harmful because it's coming from a very, very selfish, prideful, and just like across the board, harmful. Like
on the woman's part or the man's part?
On the man's part.
To desire a submissive woman?
For the bow
part.
part.
A woman bowing for you is harmful submission. Submission should
articulate how it's harmful.
It's prideful.
There's no way she's going to be able to do that.
It's selfish.
How is it selfish?
Why do you want her to bow for you?
First explain to me, answer my question first. How is it
Oh, she can't.
Or what
she
was the
can't.
other word you used?
There's no, that's not the good argument.
Prideful.
Selfish. How's it selfish on the man's part? How's it harmful to the woman?
Because are you thinking about her experience or are you thinking about your experience?
I don't really understand your argument, but how is it harmful?
Because that's not going to be, it's not loving.
Yeah, she doesn't have an argument. She's not making an argument. She has no idea what she's talking about.
How is it not loving?
Because you're considering only your experience. And it's feeding your ego. Having somebody
doesn't
bow
feed my ego
for
at
you,
all.
Can I ask something?
It for
No,
sure
hold on.
would. It for sure would, Brian. Having somebody bow for you would not feed your ego and make you feel more powerful.
It wouldn't make me feel more powerful.
Just make you feel respected.
But how is it? Okay, so let's remove my side from this. How is it harmful to the woman? Articulate that.
Because it's this.
No, go ahead. Make your argument, please.
Let me think. It's like a weird power dynamic that is. I'm all for.
Let me ask you a question.
Dynamic.
Do you want a guy to open the car door for you on a date?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really
Boy.
harmful to the man. That's a weird power dynamic that you want, that you insist a man open a car door for you when you have agency and you have the strength to open a car door. Articulate to me why you want a man to open the car door for you.
Because it goes back further than just like...
Cars are a recent invention of modernity. They've been around for like 100 years. Goes back to when? The caveman days?
Well, obviously not.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
she
there's
just
no
doesn't like
evolutionary
bowing.
basis for a woman desiring a man.
Which is
to open
fine.
the car
Bowing
door.
is super cringe.
So explain
but
to me why women
did
want...
originate for like safety reasons.
Safety reasons.
Protecting the woman. No, I actually do.
She's gonna blow out her shoulder opening a car door? Don't think so. Don't think so.
Do you know the history of chivalry?
Some.
To basically woo a woman that you couldn't get, that wasn't attracted to you, so you basically tried to make her attracted to you by being subservient.
I think that's
Being a
very
little
secular.
bitch.
Very secular.
No,
Being a little
that's
bitch. Jesus.
actual history.
I don't-
From France, the chivalrous knights.
Yeah, but like if we went back biblically, people would love on others to show other people that they can experience God's love.
Yeah, but biblically,
That was a load of
We're talking
nonsense.
about where we actually know it
That
originated
didn't mean anything.
historically. Like where you can date it back to. It was the chivalrous knights of France, and
That's where being
that's where the
women
concept of chivalry, like wooing a woman, like trying to impress a woman, doing those kind of things. It dates back to, I believe, 15th century France. Might be a little earlier than that. Somewhere in between the 12th and the 16th century, France, chivalrous knights.
Okay, but I don't think women ever like demanded a man open a car door for them.
No, that's just a form of chivalry, and it all ties back into just trying to impress a woman. You're trying to be impressive to the woman.
Yeah.
You're trying to basically pedestalize her.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what opening a car door would be in a sense. It's like, Your Majesty, my queen.
Wait, so again though, how is it harmful to the woman for her to do a bow?
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna get out of this one.
You're only thinking about yourself. That's
what
not
about-
the ground.
what-
I'm not saying it's going to like cause physical harm to her, but in the
Mental harm?
relationship, that's not going to be
Straight
very
into the
healthy.
mic.
It's-
Nick, I can't see her, so you have to be looking out for this. Go ahead.
Sorry, I keep looking at you.
It's
That's
fine.
why. But it's not going to cause a healthy relationship when you're only thinking about your experience and how you can be served instead of trying to consider her experience.
I have a couple questions
And
for
when
you.
both people do that, probably, do you know what? She might end up bowing for you. But when you're like, okay, I need to be bowed for, and like, I'm not going to think about how I can, bring love into this person's life. I'm just going to think about how she can make me feel better and better. That's not going to be grounds for a healthy relationship.
So you think that if a woman were to
That
bow
was
in a
a
relationship, it would just be
frickin'
absolutely
word salad of nonsense
catastrophic,
and
it would
meaninglessness.
just lead to the demise of the relationship just on virtue of her bowing and the man wanting her to bow?
Okay, but in the video, he was clearly providing quite a bit of love and resources and whatever. So like, I don't think Brian's saying he wants a bow and there's just nothing in return. Like, women should just walk up and bow to him. Like, yeah, that would be cringe. I don't know. The whole bowing is kind of cringe, but her arguments are nonsense.
I don't think it would be catastrophic, but I do think that having that is like an ideal for looking for relationships is like, honestly, like it's not good.
I don't think it's healthy. Like, honestly,
I think it's just very.
You don't think it's healthy?
No, I don't think it's very
Let me ask you-
healthy
okay,
in a
so I'll ask
relationship
both of you this
for a
question.
woman to bow to a guy that's doing too much.
It's unhealthy.
That's
Okay, so
crazy.
what
That makes no sense.
Labor, like, is it physically laborious? Is it
Excuse me.
grueling to do a
I
bow?
just feel like it's a slippery slope. Like,
How's
you
it a
might
slippery
you might
slope?
ask her to bow for you, but then like, what's next? What else are you going to be asking her to do that kind of just like lowers her ranking in the relationship?
It doesn't lower her ranking.
degrading,
It,
though.
no, 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 no,
It's
no,
a
no.
bit degrading.
No, it actually elevates her.
No.
What do you got, Amy?
If she's
No.
bowing to you, would you bow back to
Nope.
her?
That's what my original question was going to be. Like, is this actually a fetish kink, or is this about submissive nature?
It's funny how upset they get about the bow thing. So here's what's interesting.
I think you
well,
might.
first
I'm
off,
not upset about
really
it.
quick,
It's just unhealthy.
just really quick question for you. Do you object? Obviously, you recognize there are cultures where bowing is more typical. Do you object to the bow in those cultures?
What cultures?
Like Asian cultures, for example, like Japan.
I don't know if they bow to their husbands.
I don't know the specifics.
It's women
of it, but bowing is more common.
Well, no, because I think that's totally different context. They're not.
Okay, sure. So we'll remove that from the equation if you don't object to it in that context. It's cultural appropriation, though.
Bow is a sign to respect our elders. We don't bow to our spouses. No, I don't get it. Like, my nephews and nieces bow to me.
You're Vietnamese, though, right?
I'm Chinese Vietnamese, yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know the specifics of the various, the cultures, the cultural specifics of each individual country. I know there are vast differences between Vietnam, Korea, Japan, China, Thailand, Mongolia, Laos, Indonesia. I don't know. There's plenty of Asian countries. They all have different cultures. So, yeah.
If you take it
but
from
I'm not
that,
making an argument of I'm doing this because of Asian cultures. No, this is just like some white boy shit.
But you won't answer why. Why do you want her to bow?
Because I want it. Do I need any other reasons?
Yes.
Well, one because it's submissive. Because it's submissive. It's sort of a determination of her willingness to be submissive.
But
and be playful. And be playful. It's not like some dark, twisted, demented thing. For me, how is it dark? Articulate how, you can't just throw it out and not have a reason for it. How is it dark?
Can I chime in?
Let me no.
I just
Actually,
don't, I just don't know how you could just stand there and watch somebody bow to you and not feel like, God, stop that. Just stand up.
That's because hold on.
Stop that.
But you're viewing it through the female lens.
Oh boy, they do not have any good arguments for why they shouldn't bow. This
You
is,
desire
typically
typically
or why it would be bad to bow.
After
I
that
mean,
night, the first night that I did the podcast and he showed the bowing video, I told my husband about it, and then we were acting it out together, and I bowed to him, and he felt so weird, and he was like, "Don't ever do that again," and I was like,
"Cool."
I was like, "How does it make you feel when I bow to you?" He was like, "I can't even describe it. It's like, I just don't want you to do it. I feel weird about myself if you bow to me."
Before you did the bow, did you have a 5-minute conversation about how you feel? Like, you told him that you think it's weird?
No.
And that... No? You just literally
I was like,
you guys were talking about it, and you set up this totally inorganic bowing thing. One, he doesn't desire the bow. Two, you have opposition to the bow. So of course
Brian's
it was
questioning the validity of the
scenario.
bow.
I've had women who've come on the show who said, "Hey Brian, I just hit the bow to my man just because I've seen it," and the husband liked it.
That is not something that women are naturally going to want to do
so
for
you can give your circumstantial thing. I can just give you an opposite scenario where we had a woman who was on who said she hit the bow and the husband loved it. Cool.
You probably freaked your husband out because he know you're not even like that. He probably was like, "What the fuck?"
But hold on.
I am very submissive, though. I'm very submissive, but that was just taking it a step.
I actually kind of give the bow as much seriousness as you're wanting back scratches. It's like, I don't see the need to give the bow. Sure, my husband actually asks when he comes home from work that I meet him at the door and give him a kiss hello. That's not very far away.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's less work,
actually.
It's
not very far away from
the bow is no work at all.
But it's not like giving
I don't know. I don't want to bow,
so
but
much
this was kind
power
of
to
crazy.
Compromise myself. My husband just said he wanted this because it. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. We watched quite a few clips together, quite a few crazy moments at the beginning of the show. But yeah, that's gonna do it for tonight. This was a bunch of whatever podcast clips. I'm gonna get these all posted and everything, and